Hello, everybody, and welcome to Esports U, broadcasting NJCAAE. My name is Keel Miles on the mic with Lyric, and we're getting ready to go into a nice community college matchup with, actually, my hometown, Mott Community College, stepping up with the Mustangs, bringing out, I think we have Borp representing Montco.
Yeah. So, fun fact, Kilo, we're both kind of very close to Pennsylvania. I live in Pennsylvania, so this is kind of like our hometown versus, of course, Heartland Community College, the Hawks. We are going to be seeing Is it going to be DD Lop or are we going to go with
DD
Lop?
Lop?
All right, we're going to go DD Lop. We're going to do the whole thing versus Borp. And we've discovered that both of these players are actually tournament players. So we never actually get to see too many of, tournament player versus tournament player going at it. But now we actually get to see tournament player versus tournament player here in a very interesting matchup. So I'm very excited to see how this one's going to go in the best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, we are getting into later in the season, and a lot of teams earlier in the season will let their newer players, take a swing, and then they look at their match differential and they're like, "Ooh, wait, hold up. Let's get the top of the dogs in there." So that's what we're most likely going to be seeing coming out here from these players. They both gotten wins in tournament. They've never, they're not out there winning, but they're getting very admirable and hey, players will tell you it is not easy to go 2-2 in a tournament. It's something like people talk down on 2-2ers. 2-2ing is hard.
It's very hard these days, honestly. With 86 characters in this game, there's a ton of matchups that you need to learn. There's a lot of gimmicks that you kind of have to avoid as well. So definitely not the easiest of games to be playing right now. Of course, any esports is going to be really difficult, but I think we are going to be going right to Town and City for our first game of the set here. Very interesting pick, especially in the matchup that we're going to be seeing Joker versus Yoshi. I actually think this is a terrible stage for Yoshi, especially off the top with the high ceilings.
Yeah. Yoshi loves to kill from there, and with Joker's ledge trapping leading into back airs that, even at like middling percents, Yoshi is very heavy, but an Arsene back air off of a correct ledge trap read could just be your death, and that's not what you're looking for. Additionally, I just realized tech chases on those side platforms with Joker back air. That's gonna pack a punch too.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think this is going to be a very interesting matchup, especially. We do know that both players do have a couple of secondaries on the side, so I'm expecting to see maybe a switch or two, depending on how the first game is going to go. But once again, I really want to see these two players, especially because they do play in tournament, really go at it. Don't want to see a blowout. I really want to see like a game 5, really clean play from both of them.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And one thing I do want to note, Borp named after a famous PA Smash player, or maybe this, happy coincidence. But either way, I feel like they're doing that player proud, because Borp in the other game also picked the high tier, also demolished people who thought they were just going to have a blowout. So we'll see if Borp can do that namesake justice. As we said, it's going to be Monco's Borp against PD.
Yeah, how they're going to be able to get around some of this great movement already by Borp. I love the way that Borp is actually using the Joker gun, but one thing that Yoshi does really best is zone with a lot of those eggs. So DD Lop already going to play really aggressive onto the shield, which I can agree with. I want to see Borp go in and get these grabs just when I was about to say it. Looking really good so far from both players.
One weakness Joker does have is relatively not the greatest out of shield options, and you can see DD is already punishing that, landing around Borp with very safe aerials and shielding and getting punishes afterward when they're the one who hit Borp's shield. For that,
yeah, no, hitting the Rebel's Guard, definitely not where you want to be, especially right now versus Yoshi. Big Brother Arsene is going to come out now. Nice Nair. Do you feel like Borp needs to play a little bit more aggressive and kind of chill with some of the projectiles being thrown out? Well, yes, they're good and they do a ton of damage and they help you chip. That Arsene meter does go down after a fair share amount of time, so you definitely want to use the most of it and even get some extra credit on your next stock.
Yeah, don't mind Borp playing safe. It's in general, though, I agree with you. you're losing your window right here. And now that the platforms are going away too, I called out those tech chases earlier. You do not want to be fighting against Yoshi, where now with Rage, up tilt up air might just kill even with the low ceilings,
Yeah,
or
for
high
sure.
ceilings.
Back air is going to come out, but unfortunately no more sense, so it's not going to be as strong. Warp once again just doing their best to continue tacking on the damage. The stars are actually going to take over from the Rebels guard here. Warp though saving your jump as usual, what you should be doing, of course, and we're just going to be seeing this neutral from both players looking really good so far. 2 minutes into the match, not one stock has been taken until this point right here with the down smash.
Yeah, eventually you just gotta go for a no-nonsense option like that. Like, when you're just swinging and missing, swinging and missing, that's when Bork finally found their mark with that F-smash, and now, racking up some damage, gets the nice little chip with the back air.
I also really like
though. Now that they have our set.
I really like the F tilts coming out from Borp as well, like just to kind of like poke away the Yoshi shield, using Arsene a little bit more smart now at this point. All right, I like the egg on there to essentially prevent the egg. Borp though gonna go down all the way for the dare. Here we go, ED Lop. This is opportunity, but you went too far out off the side, and you were talking about this a little bit earlier, Kilo. These sides are not very back air friendly.
No, they're certainly not. And while Yoshi can benefit from that too, it is Bork with the slower playstyle that's giving them the edge right here. Now, getting that grab after that, but ooh, that's not quite safe on him, even in the air. And DD goes right down to the ground to get the up smash.
All right, here we go though. Borp just trying to find a way back in. Once again, DD Lob just trying to mix up their approaches as well. Okay, gonna be able to find the fair. Unfortunately, the egg is reversed. Still going to be able to find the Nair out of shield here. Going to be able to also pick up off of the up tilt. Things are looking a little bit better, but Borb, once again, just going to put up this wall of aerials where DD Lab doesn't really understand how they can get in safely.
They don't. I do like, though, that they're making sure that these untrue punishes are not working out. DD Lop knows when to jump, knows when to Nair. But even so, even if you're escaping combos, it doesn't matter because Bork with their slow play style is always starting another punish right afterwards. Even if you escape the first one is now, woo, seeing that counter come out terrified me, but now DD has to land somehow, no jump.
Yeah, fortunately, the Aga from Borb not going to be placed perfectly there. There comes Borb though, just trying to get some gun movement here. But the down smash once again going to pick up, and that is game one going on over to Montgomery County Community College. Looking good so far on the Joker. Definitely a stage swap for sure that needs to happen right now.
Yeah, I do agree with you right there. It can be a little tricky, and I do know sometimes Yoshi does like to have a lot of platform versatility with things like be reversing all over those platforms, getting some nice movement tricks. However, it wasn't really a factor with how Borp was playing. I mean, like you said, very projectile heavy to start out. And while I do have to commend DD Lop's mentality, it didn't look like that they got flustered and just started throwing buttons out there. They still couldn't really find a way through that wall that Borp was putting up.
Yep, for sure. I also think that one thing that DD Lop may need to kind of adjust to is just to look out for some of these interesting side B placements by Borp as well. Feel like some of them may be a little bit unsafe, so I'm trying to see a little bit more kind of like bait and punish out of it as well. There is a fair share amount of ending lag on that move as well that Yoshi, especially out of all characters, can punish very, very safely.
Yeah, fastest aerial speed in the game right there. Once they accelerate, oof, you're not getting past them. And with an approaching Nair, sometimes you can just clank with Iha. And if you're able to do that, landing Nair for Yoshi, soft hit Nair, combos into quite a lot at low percents. You can do a attack cancel back air right out of it. You can sometimes get an up tilt depending on how they DI it. But either way, a lot of opportunities right there with using that airspeed like you called out.
Yep. I am reading the player chat right now. Borp, of course, is going to stay with the Joker, which I definitely do not disagree with. We know that DD Lab does play a lot of characters, though. I think I remember Yoshi, Falco, and Marth. I don't think that Marth deserves this showtime just yet. Definitely want to see the Falco, though. I think Falco can be played really well in this matchup as well. It's essentially back air versus back air on that one via Arsene, and of course, Rage back air, which can KO across the entire stage. So let's see where this one's going to go, but I actually think Falco is a much better matchup.
Yeah, I would agree with you right there. There's so many different ways you can catch people off guard with Falco, with the fact that so many of his aerials have those interesting landing hitboxes that can trip some people up, especially with characters with slower out of shield options like Joker. If you're able to bait an out of shield option and then they try to throw something out and then they just get hit by the landing hitbox, that's an opening for you and an opening for Falco. Ooh, you can ride that way all the way to the bank.
Very true. Do see that we are going to be going to PS2, PlayStation 2, or Pokemon Stadium 2. This is a great neutral stage. I think it's one of the best neutral stages. I know for a lot of people, they always just like to start with this stage. The platform layout, the size of it as well, is just commonly very liked by all, competitive tournament players. Once again, I do want to see the matchup change up just a little bit, though.
Yeah, I do think that could be very interesting. I do know these players who have a lot of characters. They definitely have a favorite one. I saw from the movement that DDLop was throwing out that they definitely had some of the Yoshi sauce, but you don't get to connect it. And that's the thing about, oh, well, your wish comes true.
It's like I'm a commentator. It's my job to kind of call these things out.
Yeah.
All right, Falco, this one's going to be interesting because just as much as Borp would throw the side B, I think DDLop now has the ability to kind of fire back with a projectile of his own, just like the Falco laser. Now, if Borp is really smart, they're going to take advantage of using that to actually fill up some meter, but DDLop already playing so much more comfortably, going to get the rapid job into the fair. I want to see some really active edge guards, though.
Yeah, those active edge guards are going to be so important. As now DDLop getting tech chased. Playing on the center stage, DDLop is fishing for this landing there. You want that right there where no platforms can knock through, but instead they just shark them instead. Some nice damage right here. DDLop definitely practiced on this character, and there's an aggressive edge guard.
Yeah, that was crazy. The falling laser just out there. I felt like that was supposed to be a fair, but speaking of just unfortunate things happening off the ledge, Borp unfortunately going to fall to their death, even with Arsene as well. Going to pick up the combo right back up.
Now, these lasers are actually disrupting Borp's gameplay a lot. They were playing projectile heavy in the initial stage, but right now, it's DDLop who's completely controlling the pace of this game. Borp trying to get an opening with that landing Rebels card, but a little bit of a stutter here. We're trying uh-oh. We'll see if we can get through this.
Thanks, Nintendo.
Thanks, Nintendo.
Hopefully, it was just us getting kicked out of the arena. It wasn't the players. I'm so sad about that game because things were looking so much better on the side of DDLop, especially. I think the Falco was playing so much more aggressive than the Yoshi was, and that just fall off the stage laser was so creative, just trying to take the jump as well. So I'm so sad that we're not going to be able to see that game. Hopefully, we'll be able to join in on game 3. So just give us a quick moment to jump back in that arena.
Yep. We'll be getting in there soon enough, but I do want to return while we're waiting to that recovery you called out, because you were the one who said aggressive edge guards are going to be the name of the game, and I remember I heard that, I'm like, yeah, Joker down guns, blah, 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 blah. But no. There's a different gun that's coming into play off stage. I love that because they save their jump right there. And Falco with one of the highest double jumps in the game. Is it actually the highest?
I think so. It has to be the highest. I don't think of any other character that jumps high. I know there are faster characters than Falco, like the Aegis, but definitely not jumping higher than Falco, especially just normal jumps.
Yeah, so by saving that double jump, they're able to just get right back to ledge, even with their short, stubby up B.
Yeah, stubby up B is definitely for sure. I do think that Falco does have the shortest fire formation of all 3 species, Fox, Wolf, and of course Falco. The shine is also very different, as the shine will actually extend past Falco's body. We didn't see too much of that shine being used there, especially you can also use that versus Aha and Aegon too. So once again, we'll hopefully be able to see that in game 3. But for now, we just got to hold tight just a little bit longer.
Yeah. And with that, I just want to thank the audience all for your patience. Like we said, thanks Nintendo. We do our best. We use all sorts of revolutionary new technologies to make this work, but in the end, we can't change the way the netcode is, well, coded. So we work with it as best we can, just as you do if you're playing on Nintendo Online at home. So again, thank you all for your patience as we're looking to hopefully get back into this soon. This could be an interesting one if Heartland is able to bring it back after how that game one. I mean, game one was Borp all the way.
Yeah.
They were completely dominating the match. But with the Falco switch that you called, that seems honestly like it revolutionized everything.
Yeah, the confidence for DD definitely went up in that, first couple seconds that we were able to see. Falco Fair as well, definitely one of those awkward moves that has like a multi hitbox and of course a landing hitbox as well. So if Falco hits that, off of a short hop, not only will it drag you down, but there's also a little hitbox right at the end that Falco can use into an up tilt and potentially into a string of up airs. Falco is definitely one of the characters who went from just kind of, there to now one of the most played offline, I think, with some of the champions like Larry Lur and Tilde performing pretty well right now. So Falco is definitely a hot topic, I think, especially versus some of the DLC characters, just because I do think that Falco definitely has a lot of tricks up the bird's sleeve for sure.
Yeah, so many ways to punish you if you're trying to mash something at a disadvantage. I mean, Falco makes you want to mash something because you're like, I just need to find a way. I need to find one little crack in this combo to escape. And then before you know it, you're sitting there buffering Rebel's guard, and then you're falling through the air, and you're like, wait, I thought I was supposed to get hit, and Falco's there charging a smash attack. It's never a good sign. Like, honestly, I know it's not optimal, but I see a lot of use out of Falco's up smash as well. Like, it's not even that good of an up smash, but so many people love to just use it as a huge punish when they drop a combo on purpose, wait for you to fall out of it, buffering something, and then they hit you so hard.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those roll read options that you get a lot of the time. The problem is with Falco up smash is that there are some characters that we like to call pancake under that, where they kind of just like squish all the way down into like just basically going right into the bottom. So characters like Pikachu just pancake underneath that up smash, and sometimes that up smash doesn't even connect. So like you said, it's definitely on the lower end of optimal up smashes, and definitely I like to think probably the worst smash attack in Falco's kit. Now we did see that I believe it was Borp did take game number 2, so that is going to be 2-0 right now for Montgomery County Community College. Let's go Pennsylvania. But that was a long game, so I'm sure that was super, super close.
Yeah, that had to come down to the wire. And honestly, it's sort of like the cliche, but we have to talk about the comeback mechanic right there. Even when you're down a clean stock like that, the fact that Arsene can come out and more or less shorten the lifespan of Falco stocks to maybe 60 if you get the correct read at the ledge. I mean, Falco's not that heavy. And if you get the correct read, they're just done. And especially, you don't even need the reads half the time, because if you take away the double jump, if you take away the other resources and they're forced to up B, then you can get some massive punishes, especially as Joker, with the use of the down guns that we saw Borp going for.
Yeah, very true. I'm interested to see where we are going to go for game 3. I do not want DD Lop to change, just personally. Of course, I want to see the bird. But since that game 2 was so close, you might as well just ride it out all the way to the end. So,
well,
let's see.
Real quick, Borp won that game 2, and now they're going Terry.
Ugh. Okay, Terry Bogard, definitely a very interesting character. I mean, just at Collision 2 weeks ago, we saw that Riddles is definitely still the champion of the fighting game characters in this game for sure. Terry is one of those very interesting characters because his gimmick is very obvious, right? He doesn't have too much ending lag on any of his moves. It really just kind of I call all of his combos just imagination combos, because really you can combo anything to work with each other. And then of course you have Go Meter, which will KO you off the top at like 70 if you're jumping. I did see that DD is going Marth. I completely disagree with this. Marth is a little too light, and Marth doesn't have the best killing power in the game. And you need killing power when you're going up against a character who has more than enough killing power.
Yeah, that is the thing. Especially, not just because they have the killing power, but also they have that go that you called out. And you want to kill Terry right around 95%. You want him gone. You want him out of here. Marth doesn't have any consistent ways to do that, and consistency is key right here. Sure, if you had an F smash at ledge, they're dead at 50. If you had an F tilt at ledge, they're dead at 90. Dancing Blade 70. How often do you see that happen every single time? You don't have a guaranteed way to do that. So, I mean, you are down 0-2. Rolling the dice is not the worst thing to do, but when you don't have amazing microspacing options in this game, it could be pretty hard. We can see, though, if DD confidence in this character is enough to get them through all that, as they struggle to eliminate the Terry before the timer ticks down and they're facing off against Go.
Yeah, for sure. I'm interested to see how this Marth, of course, is going to be played. I know there's a lot of people that say, like, everybody sleeps on Marth. It's just that the counterpart to Marth in this game, Lucina, is just so much more consistent. So we are going to be going to Battlefield. This one's going to be interesting because Borp already just forced DD right into the corner. But I love the way that DD is playing aerially, so trying to use a lot of the forward air to essentially create some space, but also just playing a little bit more aggressive.
And at the moment, ooh, they go for an early S smash at ledge, but Borp is there with the punish after that. Stuck on the platform above. They know immediately leave that platform. Never go for a drop through platform aerial because DD is thirsty for falling up air or up two.
Yep, for sure. I like how Borp is also trying to go for the Nair here. Very risky dash attack by DD But the Battlefield stage itself, the platforms are essentially stopping a lot of Borp's, burn knuckles down. It doesn't even seem to matter though, because Borp, once again, going to be able to get the early stock into another burn knuckle here. And now DD just has to try and find a way in at this point.
Fishing for that with the school hop, drifting in. They're able to get a nice tipper hit off stage. Can you finish off Borp right here? Yes! They're not able to get back to stage, and the win condition that we talked about, killing Terry before he can go, is out of there.
Yeah.
DD has a chance here.
Unfortunately, Borp is going to drop a little too low to recover on that one. Going to be using the kickback to essentially now guarantee it. Back throw, though, by DD here. Unfortunately, that F tilt should have been an up tilt. It definitely would have covered the jump there. But things are looking pretty even between both players right now. I'm sure Borp is kind of, I guess, like, reeling back just a little bit more because DD is definitely swinging.
Yes. Borp is able to get the punish on all that swinging. Now they go for the Nair right at ledge, trying to steal the stock right away, akin to the F smash at ledge from earlier. But now DD has managed to keep the thing even, going to try landing it. Oh no, air dodging straight to the platform. Borp clearly didn't expect that either.
Yeah, I also like the way now that DD is using more of the Nairs. Great air dodge onto the stage by Borp. But, okay, great air dodge to the ledge there too. This should be it. It will be. Oh, and recovered. 95% Kilo. You know what's coming.
He's struggling right here. Playing a lot around these short hops, but even that does not get them over the power wave. Falling out of that dancing blade as well. DD going for one of the harder confirms with power guys. It means you're at 63% already. DD one last chance right here because another touch might just be death.
Yep, for sure. I don't want to see Borp play a little bit disrespectful. I do want to see just the run up power geyser, especially because DD is jumping so much and it's very easily to be catch here. But DD trying to fight their way back in with the shield breaker. Oh, okay, you know he's going. He's looking for the confirm on the burn knuckle for sure.
Yeah, but they're making DD feel very uncomfortable right here. I love that. The down tilt, what a beautiful air dodge in right there, knowing that at this percent, those down tilts are not true. DD they go for the landing counter. Woo!
Yeah, things just aren't working. Great spot dodge to the power geyser. It doesn't even seem to matter. Down throw is going to be the option here. Borp just has all the opportunities. You have the down tilt, jab, power geyser. And that is going to be a 3-0 for Montgomery Community College in the hands of Borb and Terry Bogard.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Borp right there, showing mastery of 2 different characters and showing why they are a major threat at Monco Community College. So congrats to them 100%. Now, we'd love to revel in this victory a little more, but we have another game coming up right after this. So stick around. We're going to be getting into that as soon as possible. We've got another game of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate coming up right after this break.
Over from the Rebels Guard here. Borb, though, saving your jump as usual, what you should be doing, of course. And we're just going to be seeing this neutral from both players looking really good so far. 2 minutes into the match, not one stock has been taken until this puts on the egg. Borb, though, going to go down all the way for the dare. Here we go. Eating up. This is opportunity, but you went too far out off the side.
No, they're certainly not. And while Yoshi can benefit from that too, it is Borp with a slower playstyle that's giving them the edge right here. Now, getting that still and somehow no jump.
Yeah, fortunately, the Aga from Borp not going to be placed perfectly there. Borp, though, just trying to get some gun movement here. But the down smash once again
there. You want that right there where no platforms can knock through, but instead they just shark them instead. Some nice damage right here. D-Love definitely practiced on this character, and there's an aggressive edge guard.
Yeah, that was crazy. The falling laser just out there. I feel
falling up there or up to.
I like how Borp is also trying to go for the nair here. Very risky dash attack by DD-Lob. But the battlefield stage itself, the platforms are essentially stopping a lot of Borp's, here. Now DD-Lob just has to try and find a way in at this point.
For that with these school off, they're able to get a nice keeper hit off stage from Finco Borp right here. Yes, the platform Borp clearly didn't expect that either.
Yeah, I also like the way now that DD-Lob is using more of the nairs. Great air dodge onto the stage by Borp, but okay, great air dodge to the ledge there too. This should be it. It will be.
Welcome back to Esports U, broadcasting NJCAAE. I am Keelan Miles, on with Lyric again for another Super Smash Bros. Match that we're hopefully getting right on into this. And we have a returning player with us here, don't we?
Yes, we do. We are going to see Dragonfruit once again. This is the best part about collegiate crew battles as well. You get to watch players that you see once, and then you get to see them again and see how far they've come as well. Dragonfruit on the link that we saw a little bit earlier versus Salty Dog. And we just found out from backstage that these two players actually know each other. So this one's going to be really, really interesting to watch just because these two players actually know each other in person.
Yeah, they haven't played in tournament yet, but beyond just their relationship in person, we also have the relationship in character, because last time Dragonfruit, they were taken down by a Bowser player that they were pretty confident in their ability to beat, but the Bowser was just a little too much to surmount that time. This time they've had the chance to study, they know this person, they've seen them in tournament, they've seen their playstyle, so maybe Dragonfruit can get a little more done. Meanwhile, Salty Dog, again, is yet another tournament player. They have these guaranteed, or not guaranteed, but proven practice in all these tournaments they've gone to. We'll see if that pays off in this matchup against Dragonfruit.
Yeah, for sure. We are going to be starting on PS2, which I think is a great stage for both Link and, of course, Bowser as well. You have the platforms to side B onto. Once again, now we get to see Dragonfruit make a return appearance here for Mott Community College, and we're going to see Salty Dog's debut for St. Clair. Let's see how this one's going to go.
Immediately spacing with this Nair, immediately fast falling it, knowing that they might just be able to get a shield out, even if Salty Dog goes for that up B end. Seeing the spacing game is amazing, but landing too far on the shield, there's no way that's safe.
Yeah, for sure. Dragonfruit actually, from what I've noticed from this time that they're actually playing a lot faster around their projectiles as well. I'm going to go for the first hit of course, the F smash. I love the way that they're also sharking with the fair as well. There has been so much improvement in this player in such a short amount of time. I love the punish as well on the turtle spin with the hero spin itself, but here comes Salty Dog. Not going to be able to get a punish there, but no punish on the side of Dragonfruit either.
Yeah, Salty Dog looking for these confirms right there. That landing Nair, they're hoping to connect that into a back air, but they're not going to find that. You can see playing a lot around the short hop and the shield right now, using two of Bowser's best tools in this game to get big punishes, but they can't quite land it. Dragonfruit is not falling into the trap.
Yeah, no, not at all. But this is where you're going to have to survive the most. The side B, a little Bowser hug, if you will, does so much damage, but so does that Link F tilt with a lot of rage as well. Dragonfruit once again proving to show that they've grown so much since the last time we've played as well. To be able to recover safely. I love the way that they held shield as well. They didn't try and fight their way out of the corner either, and there have been so many improvements by Dragonfruit. This string has been insane. Great meetup with the fair. This could potentially be stock Kilo.
Certainly could be, but connecting with that failed juggle, that is going to be the down air, finishing it off. Now Salty Dog trying to land with an air again, rack up even more damage. You can see Salty Dog definitely picking up the pace of this game now that they've got a better feel for Dragonfruit catching all of these landings. You can't land with an air dodge, not with Salty Dog on the ground. The stock was obliterated right there.
Yeah, that stock was definitely gone in a heartbeat as well. Great reads, of course, on where Dragonfruit was going to land, and all that hard work that Dragonfruit did to get ahead is essentially gone, and especially versus Bowser, who is a heavy, who's going to profit off of having so much rage. That stock just was gone the moment that Salty Dog got their hands on him. But now here we go, Dragonfruit trying to just find this fair that would definitely do the stock in. But Salty Dog at this point can play as passive as they want to. Just wait for an opportunity. I do like the up tilt to attempt to punish some of the aerial options that Dragonfruit's doing. But I also love the boomerang hit into the back air.
Yeah, there's a lot of really nice circular movement that's coming from these B reverses around the platforms that Dragonfruit is using to get safe pressure. But the pressure is safe for nothing. Can he get back? No! He yanked off, and it is the person that close to the safe. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the Bowser Bomb KO is That one hurts. That one definitely stings the ego, especially because Dragonfruit was doing so well. But this is kind of the qualms with playing a character against like Bowser, is that Bowser, I really think, is one of those characters where you have a lot of just like wiggle room, where Link may not, you really have to like be precise with some of your projectiles.
Yeah, you certainly do. Yeah, there are a lot of ways you can get like combos off the projectiles, but you have to be creative with them. Otherwise, they're just poking tools. Like, sure, you can use Z drop to confirm into aerials. You can use the fact that the boomerang comes back to get returning hit confirms. But when you're just poking away with arrows with the boomerang, all you're doing is taking space, which, don't get me wrong, isn't a bad thing, but you're not going to confirm in any kills that way.
Yep. Very, very true. I do think the PS2 pick definitely was not bad either. I think that if we played the entire set on that stage, it wouldn't even matter at all. I do see that Salty Dog did ban FD and Kalos, which I think are the best bans for Link as well, especially because we were talking about small sides. And now Town and City is open, which I am expecting to go to because we're talking about small sides and high livability off of the top as well. So I really want to see Salty Dog. I want to see what their edge guard game is like, because I feel like we've seen them kind of in the neutral, and their punish game kind of punishing some landing options. But I want to see if they're willing to like run off stage and get a fair.
Yeah, with that Koopa Claw, you can get so much, especially as Link can have a little bit of a linear recovery depending on how many resources he has left. Like, if you force him to recover with that slow diagonal hero spin, well, then maybe you can get a little something off that. In general, though, they're just going right on into it.
Yep.
These players, they know each other, they know their play styles. They're not sitting around thinking about stages for too long.
Nope, we are going to be going to Battlefield, though, which I actually think is an amazing stage for Bowser, because Bowser has the top platform and 50% already on Salty Dog to just lay onto Dragonfruit at this point. Here comes Dragonfruit, though, looking to get a 50% combo of their own, and we're essentially back to even. Oh my god, Nair F tilt. That one hurts.
They're warmed up and they're scrapping, Leary. Now you can see this nice ledge trapping. I said you had to get creative with how you get these confirms. Bouncing the bomb up and then immediately trying to confirm it into a hero spin. I like the creativity for the Bowser bomb. That's the classic right there. The bread and butter. And there's that aggressive edge guarding you were talking about.
Yeah, this is what you have to do to play this character. Once again, I think the stage pick was the absolute worst stage pick you could go to versus this character, because we saw this a little bit earlier. The Bowser side B onto the top platform, it just gives Bowser so much space to essentially, KO you off the top really early. And we see now that Salty Dog is just very content with just hanging out in the center of the stage and just waiting for Dragonfruit to come to them. No side B there, but Salty Dog was fishing for it.
Yeah. What they're also fishing for is
Did he just pick up the arrow? I have never seen somebody pick up the arrow in my entire life. What?
Hey, it gives you a better out of shield option. I mean, is throwing the arrow technically faster than up being?
Definitely not. What? No way! I cannot believe I just saw somebody grab the arrow for the first time. I'm gonna have to clip that. That was insane. Unfortunately, no second hit on the Link Fair, which won't get Dragonfruit the stock. But Salty Dog still just menacing off the ledge. Great bomb recovery, though, and great parry. But it doesn't matter at all. We're going back to that top platform, and Salty Dog is up 3 stocks to 1.
Off the top ropes right there, and now look at this. The parry again with the guarantee. Not delaying the timing at all on that forward smash means Salty Dog gets an opening every single time they see it. Now, though, the boomerang, can they get anything more off of this edge guard? All this chip damage.
That's going to be it. Yeah. Salty Dog, unfortunately, just missing the ledge on that one. Sometimes your air dodge just sends you right below where your character can actually grab the hitbox of essentially the ledge. Gonna be able to go for the up throw, though. I love the up throw fair here. Going for the Bowser bomb, and you are down there. Salty Dog gonna take that 2-0 right now. Got one game to go, but this is exactly why, folks, you do not take Bowser to Battlefield.
That Bowser bomb spike? What?
Yeah,
I've never seen that before. A
No,
lot of
love
firsts
that.
right there. I've seen that. What I think they were trying to do, they were trying to DI away from that throw because you don't want any throw combos, but
No.
they call out that DI away so hard with the Bowser Bomb because the spike, it definitely would have gone on to stage if you had DI'd in, but no, you don't want to get comboed into a fair or anything. And so you just die. You're gone. See ya. Bye. Deceased.
Yeah, no, definitely destruction, if you will. And now, really, it's so unfortunate because I don't think Dragonfruit is playing bad. Like, I don't think Dragonfruit is doing anything that is, easily called out. I just think Salty Dog is getting right up in their face, parrying the hit and then punishing accordingly, like anybody, who is really good at this game would. Let's see where this one's gonna go. I really want to see a town and city. I want to see a town and city so bad. High ceilings, small sides will benefit both characters, but you are going to live from that Bowser bomb a little bit longer. We are going to be seeing the Byleth come out from Dragonfruit, which I do remember they played last time, which I think is a great juggle character, especially versus a character like Bowser because of that. The Nair is so good.
Yeah, I mean, they both have that lingering up air for the juggling, but I feel like Byleth's is just a little better because it's, wider. You can cover so many more DI options, whereas Link, you kind of commit when you throw out that up air. You're like, you're going to be right here.
You're gonna be right over there. So let's see how this one's gonna go. Though we are going back to Battlefield, which I think is a terrible decision. Against my better judgment, Kilo. I don't know if you feel the same, but taking Bowser to Battlefield is like waving a steak in a bear's face and assuming that it's not gonna maul you.
Yeah, it's the side B confirmed for me that are bothering me a little bit. Like, I can understand comfort on this stage. Dragonfruit has shown the ability to use these platforms, but the advantage they get from these side B kills off the top, oh, it hurts every single time.
Yeah, Dragonfruit though going to eat another Bowser bomb. Almost goes into and does go into the full charge Bowser up smash, but it was the weak hit, so they're not going to die off of that. Dragonfruit going to use the Sword of the Creator to return back to the stage, and this is looking so grim right now for Dragonfruit, but Salty Dog playing with the utmost dominance possible.
Yeah, Salty Dog is clearly feeling themselves right now. Look at this. Using those aggressive empty hops forward. It's so threatening every single time. And that time they grab you off the top platform towards the side. Salty Dog, oh my word. Yeah, they are running away with this. But Dragonfruit with an opening. Can they get anything more off of it?
Yeah, no, at this point, Salty Dog's just going to play the keep away game. The parry game also is very, very impressive as well. Going for the Bowser Bomb once again, but I don't think Dragonfruit wants another one taken to the face. Love the down smash read on the get up and the B reverse flame breath as well. But here comes Dragonfruit, going to be able to get that beautifully spaced back air. And now we're even in stocks, but still Salty Dog with all the aggression in the world.
Yeah, this is looking very clean right now. Dragonfruit, though, I mean, Byleth does have ways to take these stocks, especially if you force Bowser to use, again, a somewhat linear recovery. It's got a lot of distance, but it can be so punishable. As we get the parry on the landing hitbox of the Nair, we don't even see that offline.
Yeah, it's very hard to parry on Wi-Fi. It's such a commendable thing. Bowser Bomb onto the top platform once again. Dragonfruit going to be stalling off stage just a little bit. Salty Dog going to get tripped up by the recovery. Now Dragonfruit going for another full charge, beautifully spaced F smash, but it won't matter. Great DI though on the Bowser Bomb. Now this is your opportunity, going for the down air, just misspaced lightly.
I love so much of what Dragonfruit is doing, but Salty Dog always delays the recovery or acts preemptively just enough to mess it up. And Dragonfruit is not getting the full value out of everything they paid for in that DLC character.
Yeah, unfortunate, because I feel like they're so much more comfortable on this character as well. But misplaced F smash, there's a lot of ending lag on that, and that gives Bowser enough time to take that stock. 77% on Salty Dog. Dragonfruit on their last stock here. They have to get rid of this Rage Bowser immediately at this point. Salty Dog going to come down with a down air. looking for anything though. Dragon Fruit just going to opt to just chill back a little bit. The Byleth Nair is working. Oh my god, going all the way off there for that fair that we talked about a little bit earlier, but the SD is going to end the set. So unfortunate. And St. Clair County's very own Salty Dog 15 gonna 3-0 that really, really quick.
Yeah, I mean, Dragonfruit was definitely keeping it even in the beginning, but
yeah.
Salty Dog just picked up momentum and kept rolling on downhill. But honestly, the great thing about this, these players know each other in person. They can meet up, they can go over this matchup, and I know they're both sportsmen. Like, they will help each other improve. They're both going to get better from this, and I can't wait to see it. But for now, I think that's all we're going to see from Smash tonight. There's still more coming up for Esports U, though. For now, though, I've been Keelan Miles. This has been Lyric, and up next, we have Rocket League with Septilence and Orbital.
Great air dodge onto the stage by Borg, but hey, great air dodge to the ledge there too. This should be it. It will be. Improvements by Dragonfruit. The string has been insane. Great meetup with the fair. This could potentially be stock below.
Could be, but in the case of this game, now they've got a better feel for Dragonfruit catching all of these landings. You can't land with an air dodge, not with Salty Dog on the ground. The stock was obliterated right there.
Yeah, that stock was definitely gone in a heartbeat as well. Great reads, of course, on where Dragonfruit was going to land, and all that hard work that Dragonfruit did to get ahead is essentially gone, and especially versus. But I also love the boomerang hit into the back air.
Yeah, there's a lot of really nice circular movement that's coming through these B reverses around the platforms that Dragonfruit is using to get safe pressure. But the pressure is safe for nothing. Really nice circular movement that's coming through these B reverses around the platforms that Dragonfruit is using to get safe pressure. But the pressure is safe for nothing. Can you get back? No! He yanked off, and it is the person that close to his nice lead trapping. I said you had to get creative with how you get these confirmed. Bouncing the bomb up and then immediately trying to confirm it into a hero spin. I like creativity for the Bowser bomb. That's the classic right there.
Unfortunately, no second hit on the Link Bear, which won't get Dragonfruit to stock. Salty Dog still just menacing off the ledge. Great bomb recovery though, and great parry, but it doesn't matter at all. We're going back to that top platform.
Look at this, the parry again with the guarantee. Not delaying the timing at all on that force smash. Salty Dog gets an opening every single time they see it. Now though, boomerang can get anything more off of this edge guard, all this chip damage.
That's gonna be it. Sometimes your air dodge just sends you right below where your character can actually grab the hitbox of essentially the ledge. Gonna be able to go for the up throw though. I love the up throw fair here. Going for the Bowser bomb, and you are down there. Salty.
Yeah, Salty Dog is clearly feeling themselves right now. Look at this, using those aggressive empty hop forward. It's so threatening every single time. And that time they grabbed him off the top platform and that DLC cures.
Yeah, unfortunate, because I feel like they're so much more comfortable on this character as well. But misplaced F smash, there's a lot of a little bit. The Byleth Nair is working. Oh my god, going all the way off there for that fair that we talked about a little bit earlier, but the SD is going to end.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to some ECAC Rocket League. Actually, the last week of the main season. I am Septilence, that is Orbital, and this is Esports U. We're going to be bringing you a banging Rocket League series here between Farmingdale State College versus the University of Louisville.
It's going to be a good one, of course. I'm very, very excited. This is, as you said, the last week here. It is time to play for everything, and at this point, both these squads really playing for placement. That can mean some very interesting situations, but at the same time, you know this is the best, this is the cream of the crop that is currently playing here, and I expect nothing less from them.
Oh, without a doubt. And speaking of cream of the crop, one of the teams we've got rolling in tonight is at a whopping 7-0 right now, Orbital. So this is their final game, their final series to go the entire time without a single defeat on board. However, their opponents haven't exactly had a rough season either.
Yeah, so of course we are taking a look at University of Louisville, this their squad RL Black here. It's going to be very, very interesting because, again, 7-0, as you said, they are looking just to continue their placements. To be fair, there are currently 3 other teams sitting below them at a 6-1 record, meaning if they do lose this one, they have potential to drop down into anywhere between 2nd and 4th. And even further still, I do believe... No, that is the furthest that they will fall. However, the other team that's currently playing is going to be, as you said, looking to actually break out of their 5-2 record. That is going to be Farmingdale State College. And I was just double checking because I want to get the math right. Taking a look at the number of teams that are currently all sitting there, it is a whopping, I believe, 10 teams all currently sitting at 5th place. And that can mean a lot. For record, this is a Swiss bracket, meaning if they win, there's a chance at a tie for, I think, 4th and 5th. It's arranging in between there. Following, if you fall, you potentially drop down into what we consider the danger zone, where you are basically placed up against someone of intermediate level, of the same level as you. You don't get that huge disparity that say, hey, it's someone that barely scraped into playoffs. So really trying to win this match, really trying to push your way back up into that bracket is very, very important.
Without a doubt. And Farmingdale, they're looking to do that here tonight. I mean, 6-2 is so much better than 5-3, right? That's simply how the numbers fall. You're definitely aiming for that 6-2 lineup. University of Louisville, they are looking to go undefeated all the way. That'll put them in a really good position. Like you mentioned, they're already that top seed. Even if they lose that game here tonight, they're still in that upper echelon, that top 50%, and that is exactly where they want to be to secure that spot in playoffs. I think you mentioned this already, but I think we're looking, from the side of Louisville, they're playing seed placement tonight. But for Farmingdale, this can make or break the rest of a playoffs run.
It can, and the reason, let's go a little bit more in depth to that, because you are still facing the undefeated squad, so there is a high chance that you're just kind of looking at this like, okay, listen, it's going to be rough overall, so expect the worst outcome. The worst thing that you can have is you are facing up against someone that is a closer seed to you in any sort of playoff bracket. To keep in mind in the ECAC, how the bracket works out is the top half in your standings move on, and then anyone that ties with that last ranking person, so there are 8 weeks, so a 4-4 record, if you tie that 4-4 record, you make it into playoffs as well, even if you're not in the top half or the top 50%. That still means it's very scary for those that have all tied up or gotten very, very close. It means you're looking at someone that is much closer in your standing, whereas if you're placing higher, right, you're looking at someone that barely scraped by. You're like, okay, this team barely got in, might have an easier time. That's just how brackets generally set up. So you really, really do want to play for those placings. And then after that, you're also looking at the head-to-head records, right? Because of how many, 6-2s, 5-3s we're going to probably have. You're looking at, did you win against this other squad, or how that ranking pulls out. So could be a lottery of some sorts, or it could be just, head-to-head record. You didn't win against this team, but you won against that. It's all sorts of fun stuff. Either way, every higher score matters. So for the side of Farmingdale, I'm expecting them to come out with all guns blazing for the side of University of Louisville. Maybe a little bit more entertaining, maybe a few more excessive plays, a little bit full court press or full field press, whatever you want to call it. Still, though, I expect them to play extremely well, and it's going to be a very entertaining match.
Without a doubt, an entertaining match indeed. And I think we had a small tech issue on, I don't even know whose side, but we'll be jumping into the game in just a couple of minutes here. We're going to wait it out. We've talked about a lot what these teams are going to be bringing to the table. And Farmingdale, I guess the curse of casting multiple games for the ECAC is I know I've seen Farmingdale before. However, I'm not positive that it was in Rocket League, so this may be a team that I do not recognize or a team that I do not know super well. I know that Farmingdale comes in hot. They've got a very strong team. I believe I just saw them in Smash recently, and they, I think, won that as well. That could all be fake. Who knows? I could accidentally be making things up, but either way, I'm super excited. This is, I believe, a first-to-3 series. I could be wrong on that, but I believe this is a first-to-3 or a best-of-5.
Yeah, we've actually had this talk, Septilence, and I will always correct you whenever you say first to 3. I will always say it is a best of 5. I will always make fun of you for that, but yes, you are correct. First to 3, of course, and that actually plays into Farmingdale extremely well. Reason being is this is a squad that continuously throughout the regular season has not had as many 3-0s as you would normally expect, right? So this is a squad that in their week 1 and I believe week 4 took wins in 3-0 fashion. The rest of them have actually come very, very close. A majority share of actually 3-2s. If you take a look in their loss versus LA Tech Blue, they lost 2-3 in that series. In their followings all the way, and I think week 6, it was actually a win against Muskingum University Rocket League. They won 3-2 there, and then the rest of them were Smattings of 3-1. So overall, they have experienced some of these tighter-knit situations where you are looking at maybe a Game 4, Game 5 scenario, and also how to bounce back from that. So they're playing against the top dogs, of course, but I am expecting them to always be able to rally up and not kind of fold after maybe looking at a 2-0 situation. That is the mental resilience that is necessary in these final plays and even into the playoffs.
Yeah, without a doubt. And folks, just to kind of jump back to it, we had a player disconnect as soon as we launched the original lobby, so we're waiting for that player to reconnect. I know y'all are thinking, why are these guys still talking? We're here for Rocket League. We are as well. We're going to get to Rocket League in just a couple of minutes, but we do have to wait for that player to reconnect, unfortunately. Fingers crossed, this is our only disconnect of the night. It's almost better to get it out now than it is later on in the series. Yesterday, I was casting here on Esports U. I was casting a Valorant game, and a player, right after the first 2 rounds, the fire alarm in his building went off, so we had to throw it to like a 30-minute break while the fire alarm, it was a whole thing. Hopefully this is not one of those breaks. Hopefully that we're going to get this player right back in just a couple of minutes. But Orbital, without knowing much about these teams, without having the opportunity to see them really in action quite yet, what do you think a 6-0 team is going to be bringing to the table that may separate them from, what is it, a 5-2 team?
It's a team that knows how to do all the fundamentals and then some. So the way that I usually look at Rocket League, and excuse me if my predictions are completely off, I know a lot of casters tend to be very, very knowledgeable, and so the way I break it down is, as we do get underway here already into Game 1, there are teams that do one of two things. Either you play with momentum, meaning you take advantage of mistakes that the opponents make, play a very stylized, very dedicated playbook style where you set yourself up and then you try and run from there. It's really dependent on can you get the ball in an advantageous position. I am expecting Louisville to be a squad, literally do everything. They're a team that not only takes opportunities, but when handed the opportunity to have a neutral ball, you take and run with it in a three-player kind of teamwork play, and it's very interesting to watch all these culminations come together. So I'm expecting them to do everything and then more.
Yeah, without a doubt. And something that I always talk about when I'm on a Rocket League broadcast is how what I truly believe separates the goods from the greats is the physicality that players and teams can bring to the table. I think demolitions and bumps and just general thorn inside play style goes insanely far for a lot of teams, and I feel there are kind of those good teams who really haven't broken through that ceiling quite yet that don't utilize physicality as much. So I'm definitely suspecting Louisville maybe bringing out a lot more physicality than perhaps Farmingdale is used to. Right now, though, I mean, this is a game one. Very much things just the basics. Everybody trying to get the read, trying to get the lowdown on their opponents. It's actually Ty Dot who's able to sneak that first goal in for Farmingdale.
It was very much stuck in. You could actually see 2 defenders going up for the same time. That might have actually offset them a little bit, which is a problem. But, of course, that is Farmingdale taking a 1-0 lead. And Louisville, they're going to be looking for a little bit of revenge, a straight charge off the center strike. I mean, it is a neutral ball for FSC to go ahead and pick it up.
Louisville trying to get in now, looking for an opportunity to strike, and Doom had a good opening there. It was a very simple play, a very scripted one. I think that's why Duran was able to get in the way, block it out. Matrix now moving into that secondary attempt. Maybe that third time's the charm. It's not a saying for nothing, but instead Farmingdale guns it down center field, and Lukey Pookie just gets a complete open goal there. Farmingdale going up 2-0.
That was just straight from midfield. I really like that angle being used, and surprisingly, Louisville a little bit weak on the defensive there. Went forward for the ball and instead left their goal open. maybe this is the Louisville style, get a little bit of a handle on that game one, and then from there move forward even further. However, that's a pinch on their own side as Farmingdale have got to clear that ball out quickly.
Farmingdale, like you said, absolutely has to get this thing out of here. They're finding a really good time to move forward. It looks like we're actually... No way! Orbital... I'm going to lose my mind. I'm being pranked. I think I'm being pranked. Second day in a row, completely different game, completely different teams, and we are sitting here with another fire drill. Back to back. I'm slouching. I didn't know we were going back to cams. I'm all the way down to here. I'm just going into a depressed slouch. Oh, man. At least they had a substitution. They said they had a substitute coming in. Hopefully, we're able to jump right back into the swing of things. I don't know the logistics on this. I don't know if we play out game one again. I don't know if Farmingdale gets 2 points for free and then we play out a full 5 minutes. I truly have no idea, but I think it was Farmingdale that had to call the pause. So I wonder if that's going to be, if there's something in the rulebook about this.
There is a possibility, and I think it. Looking back at it, I believe you can play it out because it hasn't been that long into game number one. I'll say this just from a very unbiased perspective. I don't think it really caused any difference with the first 2 goals. What it will affect is how much time is left on the clock, right? Being able to retroactively go back, turn back the clock, and just say, well, you get 2 goals, that still gives you more time to work with. All that time is really what you're looking for. So if the teams both agree to it, especially since it was Farmingdale's issue, and they're the ones calling for what is more or less a pause or a break or redo, whatever you want to say, they could theoretically just ask, hey, you know what, let's just go ahead and go straight back for a redo, whatever we want to do, and it'll be up to Louisville to really give them that effect. I expect those teams to be very cordial about it. Everyone knows about the esports nightmares that can be rules lawyers is the best way I like to call them. Yes. I don't think it's going to happen here. I think it's going to be played out very, very nicely, but I do believe that is the situation. It's just how much time are they going to sit and kind of leave off for the 2 goals? Do you also lose a minute, or do you just get the 2 goals scored as quickly as possible and then run forward? I think that's what we're really going to be looking at.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, like I mentioned before, the fire alarm thing happened. I talked about how it's important, that these things happen early. It's good to get these tech issues, these fire alarm issues out of the way. I truly cannot believe that this has happened to me 2 days in a row. 2 different schools, 2 different teams, 2 different games. I mean, the odds of that feel so insanely small, yet here we are. Just the luck of the Septilins, per the usual. But, it's going to be that substitution coming in from the side of Farmingdale. I'm very curious to see who is being subbed out. That happened so quickly, I really wasn't able to kind of get the lowdown on what was happening around them, kind of who stopped moving and so on. And maybe this works out well for Louisville. If Farmingdale has to bring somebody out from the B team, all of a sudden, the overall skill ranking may bump down a little bit. Louisville may be able to capitalize on that. But, Orbital, I liked what you mentioned earlier about how even resetting the game, I don't think it truly would have an impact on Farmingdale getting those first 2 goals, because a lot of it was not skill from the side of Farmingdale, but fault on the side of Louisville. They left their goal wide open 2 times in a row. Doesn't matter who's on the other side of Farmingdale, they're going to score on that. Everybody is going to score on an open goal.
Okay, well, you haven't seen my Rocket League game. Let's not go that far. Let's not talk that far.
Sorry, everybody.
Yeah, okay, there you go. That's better. We got to get the quotations in there. What we are looking at is the fact, though, that this is game number 1. And one of the great things I do like about Rocket League is, again, it's a best-of-5 series. Right. I come from League of Legends where multiple tournaments, multiple events run best-of-1s. It's a very frustrating style to have, and that's mostly due to time constraint, as much as, a lot of people get upset of it. For a League of Legends game, you're looking at a 30 to 40-minute banger, is the best way to put it. And that's just gameplay. You're not talking about in-game draft. You're not talking about all that stuff. So a lot of tournaments tend to run best-of-1s, and whatever you have on the table is it, right? In Rocket League, though, you are able to budget for what is a 5-game series, and in that time, a lot of things can happen, and overall, a series difference that comes out is analyzing your opponent, right? Game 1's, in my experience, my thought is you are always testing and feeling the waters. As much as we want to say it has a huge influence, it doesn't have as much influence as you would assume, right? It's a lot of testing the waters. If an opponent scores, maybe it's because they got lucky, the opponent was trying something different, the opponent maybe wasn't playing to their full aggression, or maybe they were going too aggressive, right? They were trying something else out. Seeing if that poking and prodding works. Game 2 is where I tend to see a lot more difference, where we all tend to see, okay, now they're just speeding around, now they're really taking control, oh my gosh, now all the demos are coming out in strategic places. Game 1, yes, 2-0 to Farmingdale. That feels great. The flow is going to go in your way. However, I do expect Louisville, this undefeated team, to come back at some point and just have a ball of a time, unless Farmingdale's just got their number.
Farmingdale, like we said, they are not as far behind as the scoreline may originally make it sound, sitting at, I believe, 5-2, Louisville 6-0. So Farmingdale, a little bit rough. Maybe one of those losses is already to Louisville. Sometimes we've seen that happen where teams have to go against each other more than once. And if they aren't by Louisville, I'm sure they're of somebody of a very similar caliber. Moving into this game, and hopefully just a couple of minutes, we're going to be seeing Louisville coming out with their full A-team roster, like we mentioned. And then we've got Farmingdale, two A players, and possibly that substitution. I'm not sure if they're trying to wait out the fire drill. This break is surprisingly a lot longer than I had anticipated, but it's still just how the cookie crumbles. I always say, as is the way of live production. Tech issues are going to happen. Life is going to happen. Things are simply going to happen, and we've all just got to be rolling with the punches. I have gotten confirmation from Prod as I've been stalling here that the sub is being subbed in, so we'll be jumping back into this game in just a couple of minutes. I am excited. Like you mentioned, Game 1 is so important about kind of learning your opponents, right? So I'm very eager to get through this first game because that's where I feel the series truly begins. Of course, somebody wins that first game, but very, very many times have we seen teams lose the first game and then come through in 3-1 stomp. It's all about getting the download, getting the read on your opponents in that first game to really kind of crack open the rest of the series.
And the other problem is, of course, you don't usually see those reads put into effect until game 2.
Right.
Sometimes you do see it brought out in maybe 2 minutes left, but because the flow is usually already caught up in some sort of pacing, you don't want to bring that out. You don't want to say, hey, we already have you read. We know exactly what to change. It takes a little bit of time for them to get into that rhythm, right? Get into that movement of, okay, now we start pressing forward. Now we start targeting maybe 1 or 2 people and everything of the sort. It's a little bit of a move forward. It's always going to be that game 2 out of the explosive gate. It's like, oh crap, where did Louisville come from? Oh my gosh, now they're doing 3 or 4 things to us at once. At the same time, Farmingdale could do the exact same thing. Hey, listen, even though we beat them in game 1, we found 2 or 3 things open. Maybe we can bait them off into some of the aerial battles and we get the advantage there. They're not covering their boosts as well as we expected them to, so let's go ahead and keep using those to our advantage.
Right.
So many little things can happen, and it's a constant tug of war. It's a constant back and forth angle of who has the most information, and by games 3 and 4, that's where we see the full reads. That's where we're really going to start seeing those openings. It's going to be almost, I want to say, a very definitive setup of these are the mistakes the opponent is making. This is how it's being punished or not punished by the opponent.
Without a doubt. And I actually want to jump back to something, a great point you made earlier that I kind of had to think over before I realized kind of what you were referencing. But the weird thing about Rocket League, especially compared to a game so heavy-handed, so extended as League of Legends, is in League of Legends, you have one opportunity to win. You've got the single game. And if the cards don't fall in your favor, that's going to be it. But with Rocket League, we've talked about how futile game 1 can be. Teams can absolutely lose this first game and then come back and clean sweep the rest of the series. So that really does kind of have that momentum shift. Not only is there a massive shift between League and Rocket League, of course, but there's still kind of that player knowledge, that player information of having a safety net, having a fallback. It looks like we have completely run back game 1 here. We've got 3:15 left on the clock. Farmingdale still up that 2-0, and the substitution now in for them as well. Louisville trying to get some action here toward the midfield, but it's Ty Dot on that great defense, already able to make some space and put the ball right back toward Louisville's goal.
Well, Matrix is actually having some problem. This is going to be... I love it. 2 players going for this. Absolutely 0 boost. So again, the testing of the waters here, I love it so much. No one wants boost because everyone just wants those angles, and that's just an open goal shot. Louisville going ahead, making the difference. One, as they get a very open goal of their own.
A very open goal. And Orbital, we talked about that during the break. We talked about that right at the beginning where we were thinking, own goals is the only way Farmingdale's been able to score so far. All of a sudden, a page taken right out of Louisville's book. They use it against Farmingdale. Find themselves only down by a single point. We're still in the first half of the game. There's more than enough time for Louisville to clutch this one back, at least force a tie.
I have a feeling we are going to see a tie-in then some. With how aggressive both these teams are and leaving their goals open, at least for game 1 leads me to the thought that we are going to consistently see goals shot at and then possibly just let in. I would love to see just an excessive goal scored game. We're looking at maybe like a 4-4, 5-5, whatever you want to see. I think that would be hilarious as we get a little bit of a demo giving Louisville that opportunity to go for the ball in the air. Knocked straight back out as Farmingdale again. Very heavy-handed. These defenders are not just defending. It's constant aggression back and forth.
Constant aggression seems to be the name of the game With only 2 minutes left on the clock now, Louisville needs to at least score. Like you said, Orbital, I can't shake the feeling that an overtime very well may be in our near future. Durn, though, trying to guarantee that it's not 153 and counting down. We're getting close, less than half the game, notably so. Oh, a great opportunity for Louisville to strike. Ty not there to disrupt it in the mid, and good thing he was. That would have been a free goal for Louisville. Pinhead going up and through, looking for their time to strike, trying to be the hero this team needs, but that hero's not able to make that space quite yet. Fresinator, who I believe is the sub, trying to make the magic happen here, trying to prove themselves, saying, I belong on this A roster. Let me show you here tonight. Now it's going to be Louisville coming through that center field. 90 seconds left, Orbital, and as hard as Louisville is trying, Farmingdale making it look impossible.
It is, and this is the aggression, right? Consistently in your face, consistently challenging for that ball, always making sure that you're in the right spot at the right time, or at least close to it, and that's exactly what I like to see. Oh, that's a little bit of a miss. Thankfully, Dern was right there to back it up. It's immediately challenged back out by the goal defender, and should give props right back. Up they go, and Matrix loses it, so Farmingdale again getting these opportunities, and looks like game one is all their own aggression. However, remember, a single mistake can cost them that tie and cause them to go to OT.
In a minute in any other game, I would think, oh, you know, whoever's up has probably got that game in the bag. But the beauty of Rocket League is it's only 5 minutes. This is still 20% of the game left to be played. So Louisville, they've got more than enough time. However, Farmingdale, as I mentioned moments ago, really struggling to make this happen. Oh, that's an open goal, please. Oh, the demos! That's what I'm talking about. Some great play from Farmingdale to really clutch things out with only 30 seconds left on the clock. Orbital, we are looking at 15 seconds per goal. Possible, absolutely. Probable, not so much.
I feel the demo was a little bit rude because you saw where the demo was, right? I don't think it was really going to collect anywhere. It was actually a missed defense going up earlier. About midfield is where we saw it, so Louisville maybe playing a little bit rougher, having some trouble here connecting with some of those basic opportunities. I'm very, very curious to see what they can do. And again, for them, like I said, it is kind of... Yeah, Matrix might be having a little bit of fun here, but still, though, game one going in the books here for Farmingdale. They'll go ahead and move 1-0 up on top of the undefeated Kings.
Now, Louisville, their undefeated buff is absolutely going to have to kick in here. I mean, it is all about keeping that scoreline available. They are 7-0, which I do need to correct myself. I kept saying 6-0. I was wondering how one team had played more games. I had it wrong the whole time. They are 7-0, undefeated on the board right now. They're looking to turn that 7 into an 8, and Farmingdale trying to prevent anything but that. 6-2 can really take them the extra mile, can bump them definitely up into that top 50%, but Louisville, you know, losing this one truly would not be the end of the world. They're still in the upper 50%. All this is going to do, maybe shake up that seed placement a little bit.
Yeah, for them, again, and we're not saying this because they're going to take it any slower or anything like that. It's just there's a lot less weight on them at this point, and that can make you play one of two ways. One is you just feel lax. It's that time to kind of just have fun. It's very rare that you can just play a game for fun and try out some of those moves and not have too many repercussions coming on you. The other side is, well, because we are, you know, undefeated in the top bracket, we can't get that up. We cannot give that up. And so this is why I was very curious watching University of Louisville. They made some key mistakes that I'm not sure if it was just, you know, first game nerves or anything like that. Matrix specifically, the very unfortunate goal miss there. Could have been 3-2, could have been anything like that, right? But it just looked a little bit weird. Some of these open shots missing very heavily, and you gotta take advantage of those opportunities whenever they come by. So for game two, I expect University of Louisville to be able to clean it up a little bit, be able to make those shots. You saw how many shots they took, almost double the amount that Farmingdale were, and in that respect, I do expect them to be able to land some of those, really start putting Farmingdale through the ringer.
Yeah, absolutely. Louisville coming into game two, and we talked about the importance and then also lack thereof of game one. It gets your team up. You know, you're only 2 games away from success, but at the same time, losing or winning game one by no means guarantees you games 2 through 5. You know what I mean? It's going to be that small buff, but the best teams are very rarely gunning 100% in that first game. That is so much about gathering intel, gathering data and information to see what you can do against your opponents. Let's see what Louisville learned, and better yet, if they can take advantage of it. However, I mean, clean as clean can be. Fresinator goes up and over right off the kick and puts Farmingdale up only 10 seconds off the clock.
That was a beautiful block right there. I have to give it. You were saying it at the beginning, Seth. Just the fact that the physicality of the Rocket League that has kind of evolved over time is necessary. That was it, right? It's I love the fact that we're seeing more teams actively go for those, oh, well, I have to get this fancy score off. No, all you have to do is body block, and you get goals like that.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, the body block comes through, and you get some great goals. Louisville's Pinhead comes up, slices and dices, gets right where they need to, and that's going to be the exact lineup Louisville needs. I was going to talk about it. You know, that's the negative side of getting a goal so early is you did it so early. Most of the game is left to be played. There's so much opportunity for your opponents to strike and find those goals, but now only 30 seconds off the clock here, Orbital, and we are already looking at a 1-1 scoreline.
And I'm really, really liking it. Like I said, I want to see those crazy goals happen. I want to see those excessive goals come through because it means that things like this can happen. We can see the scoreboard start running up very early on. That's going to actually be a demo. Is that a soul roll in? Oh, bounces just off the goal post. That is not the angle that you were hoping it would go, but it's close enough.
It's going to be close, but Orbital, you know, as I always say, close. Only going to be counting here in horseshoes and hand grenades, and unfortunately Rocket League has neither of those. And now a minute off the clock. It's going to be Louisville trying to find some ball control, but Fressinator with a great rotation. Nope, makes me eat my words live on stream as Louisville comes right back in swing, and they've got Farmingdale on a full triple defense. It looks like that defense is not going to be strong enough. No! The single off the crossbar. Oh, man. Hundreds of times, Orbital, we have seen that crossbar interrupt great goals like that one.
Why can't the goal just be a couple more units larger in every direction, please? Just give us a wider goal. You know, that would totally make my games much better. I mean, good lord. I had some trouble. I had some trouble with some of the shots.
Yeah, no, I always say if I was good at the game, I'd be playing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm a caster for a reason. I've got the brain for it. I certainly do not have the mechanics for it. These guys would dunk on me any day of the week, that much I'm sure of. And it looks like they're really struggling to find a dunk on one another. We've got almost 2 minutes off the clock. The first 2 goals happening within 20 seconds right at the start of the game, and then just dead silence, radio silence after that. Fressinator trying to give us a shake-up down, clean through mid, up and off the goal. Knocked away by Doom. Just now crossing that 3-minute threshold. We're getting ready to enter that second half of the game. Oh! Dern's got to be furious. We got a wow from Dern. There's that. Ball goes anywhere but the goal.
That's the second time we've seen it, one for each team where they've had that opportunity for an immaculate goal and unfortunately get denied it. So this is this is very interesting. Oh, Doom barely bumps that one back up, is immediately going to knock it out of the goal range, but both squads still jockeying the seals, like each one's taking opportunities, and there it is. Louisville go ahead and take the 3rd goal of the game. Fantastic cross matrix setting up the teammate. It was actually an own goal. That's unfortunate.
Unfortunate, definitely feels like the name of the game, at least for now. It's going to be entering that second half. We're waiting for what I always call that second half buff to really kick in from one of these teams. I feel the first half of each game almost a different game in the second half. This is where everybody really gets to kick it up, turn it up a notch, shift it into 4th gear, insert 4th car analogy here. But this is where the players really get the opportunity to come out swinging, come out striking. Louisville, they're able to do that. They burn 30 seconds off. Farmingdale yet to have ball control here in the second half. I mean, Louisville in such a good position to at least guarantee a game 4.
Yes, this should go into game 4s, and if it were to go to 3-0 for Farmingdale, I'd be very, very surprised, right? That would be Louisville having to concede a mass amount of defensive losses, and I just don't see them doing that here. Another up and Adam goal, going to be knocked out. That is going to be a little bit of a different demo there, giving advantage over to Louisville, but Farmingdale had 2 in the goal post, so easily able to reconcile and be able to crop themselves back up. Minute 30 left on the clock as Louisville are just kind of spitting for joy here, it seems.
Oh, that could be it, but no, Pinhead there to poke it right back out of goal. Now the final 80 seconds left on the clock. A bit of a collision from 2 Farmingdale players. Dern and Ty Dot gonna kind of flash into one another. Luckily enough, not gonna cost them the goal quite yet. That sub, I've got to say, I mean, really leading the charge here for Farmingdale. Great on offense, great on defense. Again, they find the goal to make them great in game 2, secure a 2-0 lead over Louisville. Right now, though, 60 seconds left. We're entering those double digits. This is Louisville's time to shine.
Should be. We want to kind of give and pay back that game number 1. It was a 3-1 score. Very much an opportunity to do the same here as again, it is a neutral ball setup here. Farmingdale prepped and ready, though. That's going to be a nice arcing shot past to the teammate, and immediately just in a simple assist off the top goal post. He's at Dern to score for himself, but this tied 2-2.
tied at 2-2. We've got that double digits on the clock, 40 seconds. This could be the game, Orbital. I really thought it was going to be happening there in game 1, but now as we enter the end of game 2, the potential for this to go into overtime becomes more and more likely. Literally, the percentage of likelihood goes up every second.
It really, really does, and it's never going to stop here. This is actually looking a little bit worrisome. So I said game 1 didn't have too many implications. Well, game 2 has quite a few. It ramps up in that setting because if you lose this one, Louisville are sitting at an 0-2 deficit, and
yeah,
it'll cause a lot of problems for them because no matter how good you are at that point, you are working off of a little bit of the anxiety, that problem of, hey, if we lose this game, we lose it all, and we fall down to a 7-1 score. No one really wants to see that happen as we do take away. It is going to Lynn, and we're into OT in game number 2.
We are into OT indeed. Oh, I said OT. We sure are, Orbital. We are definitely in overtime here, and of course, I'm sure everybody watching knows, but just because I love to cover it, overtime, the clock continues to tick up for 9 whole seconds until Louisville finds that goal immediately from Matrix to win out that second game and put us back at a 1-1 scoreline. We're essentially looking at a best of 3 now as everybody's back to that 1-1, and as I always say in Rocket League, a 1-1, that's just a complicated 0-0.
It really is. It really, really is. And a lot of people are like, man, why couldn't Louisville do that earlier? Just score a goal like that, right? It's the biggest forehead moment ever. But again, you can see it here. Very, very hard fought by Farmingdale. Looking at those goals attempted, you can see it rising up there. About 9 shots taken and only a few of them being saved. That does lead it to give credence that the goal shots are a little bit off angle, right? And again, for Rocket League, the reporting is not always our favorite, right? We see some goals, it's like, it's not a goal because no one really went up to block it. And you're like, well, come on, game. We know exactly what happened. Either way, I'm loving the aggression coming out of both sides. Both these teams are willing to give up a lot of their defensive posturing to take on the opponent. So I see this going harder and harder for both squads, and it's not going to end here. Louisville, of course, now on a little bit of a roll themselves off that quick OT win.
Quick OT win, and I'm excited. I got the best of both worlds there. I got an overtime, and then I got to go into the next game. I love overtime, but once you get over that 90-second threshold, I get to the point where I'm kind of just like, hey, can somebody score, please? Now, we've got 30 seconds off the clock. It's going to be a huge opportunity. Whichever team wins this quite obviously takes the lead on the series and puts themselves on series points. This win, I definitely would say, much more important for Farmingdale. I think Louisville's in a very good position. Either they take number 1 seed or they take 2, 3, or 4. They're still top 5. They're very much still in the upper echelon of the ECAC rankings. But Farmingdale, they can really use this one. 6-2 bumps them up quite a few digits, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, they will. Again, you're looking, it's the difference between a single-digit placement and a double-digit placement. And that is going to be Farmingdale taking an awkward goal. That one was just an opportune goal. I have to give them that. Take a look at that. The demo, and then just right over the clearing defender. Well played by Farmingdale.
Well played by Farmingdale indeed. And Orbital, I believe that is the 3rd game in a row where we have seen the first goal from Farmingdale. Works out great in game 1. Well, works out great in game 0. Then we have that weird little stall. Then it works great in game 1. Doesn't work so hot in game 2, but now in game 3, can they break that curse? Can they flip things right back on its head? I would say Farmingdale right now has the lion's share of the momentum. I think they lost it a lot toward the end of game 2, but I think Louisville really had just kind of pulled out the reserves. They were really going for some really clean and aggressive shots. Matrix, in particular, I said their name for the first time in nearly 10 minutes. So if Louisville can bring back that level of aggression, I think Farmingdale's going to get a run for their money. But if Farmingdale plays this consistent, clean play style they've been bringing to the table, I truly think they can have this series in the bag.
They could, and you can see it here, right? Every shot that they take, the reason that the goals are almost always left open is because Farmingdale's style is 1 striker with 2 blockers on the back end, and I'm actually really, really liking this. Consistently, you see them, whoever is carrying the ball or attempting to carry the ball is actually the slowest of the teammates. The other 2 are actually being sent out to try and body block someone else out, and it's very rare that you see this be used to excessive factor, and it gives them opportunities like that. Farmingdale do it again and consistently play the aggressive game.
Yeah, that is just truly flawless. I mean, what a performance from Farmingdale so far. That game, too, I really thought afterward, you know, Louisville had kind of unlocked something. Their non-sponsored gamer liquid had kicked in, and they were ready to take the series by storm. But instead, it's Farmingdale coming out, and it's fascinating, Orbital, because so often you will hear me talk about it's the teams that play faster. It's the proactive teams that really find themselves in the upper echelon, that really find themselves in these undefeated score lines. But Farmingdale right now, they are an anomaly to my true understanding of this game because it's so much reactive. They're playing only an opportunistic play style, and it is working better than I think I've ever seen before. They are going possibly up 2-0 or 2-1 over an undefeated team off of the fact that they are amazing at reacting.
It's one of those things that it does work for them. However, just like that, Louisville, if you don't allow for any mistakes, or you're always ready with another course of action, it will allow yourself a goal like this, right? That is what's going to happen. So Farmingdale, though, definitely important to keep in mind. As you said, very reactionary, meaning they know how to counterattack. That is something that you really have to watch for. And Louisville have got to pin this down. If they keep going for some of these high arcing shots, if they keep allowing this ball to almost get out of their hands, it's going to be more and more opportunities for Farmingdale to really get an angle in. This will roll out. It was going to be 2. That's actually 3 shots on goal in a row. Farmingdale finally have control back. A nice little demo there. Does give an open net. No one's really there to receive, so Louisville going to have to go back on defense.
Louisville back on the defense, and maybe that's where, you know, Farmingdale's really getting to run away with this. Louisville, they definitely strike me as a striking type of team. They really seem like they want to be large and in charge, kind of peppering down the defense of Farmingdale. But instead, Farmingdale has been in charge of this, I think, since we entered that 5-minute timer here in Game 3. Now, that might shake up just a little bit as a 2-second window opens. Ty Dot gets demoed. That's a goal wide open. However, Dern up and around. That was a dangerous demo because you respawn in front of your own goal. I think there was a great opportunity for Louisville to score there, but the triple defense came through, made it nearly impossible. Now, final 90 seconds of the game here, Orbital. A great opportunity for Farmingdale to put themselves on series point.
I expect them to keep going for those opportunities. Nice double defense there. That was very, very necessary to hold on. If they can break away, this could be very, very important, but Doom was ready to head off that attempt and immediately keeps it on Farmingdale's side. So last minute here should be a relatively even battle. Yes, Farmingdale do want to go, but all 3 leading over towards that side leaves that opportunity back open for Louisville. It's a push and pull of epic proportions. There they go. Nice little bounces. Anyone close? Oh! No, they're not. Pinhead from downtown sends it into a tie game.
Now, that was the first kind of undefeated team play we have seen from Louisville. That was so incredibly clean. Communication was key there. It was all about making sure the team was all on the same page and what separates those goods from those greats. I've said that a few times. I'm really going through kind of everything that a great team brings to the table is that communication. I mean, it is just Louisville playing exactly how they knew they needed to tie things back up. We have now entered sub 1 minute territory. Less than 20 seconds left here of Game 3. We're tied up all over again. 2-2 might as well be a 0-0. The next goal, Orbital, most likely wins it.
Is going to be that situation to have a rise. And for Farmingdale, you can see them scrambling a little bit. They have not been able to touch that ball as much as they would really, really like to. And it's been a lot of those attempts at kind of getting those awkward touches, trying to bounce it out of Louisville's control. But look at that aerial control once again. You need 2 to fight off Louisville's 1. It's going to be an open. That's a demo in favor of Farmingdale. And ball is going to bounce out. Are they going to juggle it? That's going to be the big question.
Yeah, I was going to say, is somebody going to go for the goal? No, they're going for the full-blown reset, my friends. We're going to be jumping into our second overtime of the series. They are trying to draw out every single second of Rocket League here tonight. Dern with a great setup off to the left side of the goal. It's going to be interrupted down and off the ground. Remember, folks, maybe I'll get to finish the sentence this time. Overtime, that clock will continue to tick up until somebody puts that goal away. We saw a 9-second overtime from Louisville there in the previous. Looks like it's Farmingdale who's really large and in charge on this one. They've got great ball control. Louisville knocking it into the center field, looking for a goal of their own. Matrix up and over. Pinhead going in deep, but it's going to be blocked out by Farmingdale now. Whoever takes this, Orbital, puts themselves on tournament point, on series point here to end the ECAC main season.
It looks like it's prepped again, just nice and over, but it hits. Oh! Are you going to get it? Oh! You couldn't hold it. Team tried their best. That is one of the most breath-stealing moments. Wow. Look at that. 3 bounces. 3 is what it had, and Louisville narrowly escaped, moving into a 2-1 series score. My gosh, was that close.
Close. I mean, absolutely close, only counting in hand horse and shoe grenades, unfortunately, but that was very, very close there in Rocket League. 3 bounces off into the goal. I thought there was time to get it out, full disclosure. I thought we were going to keep running that down in that Game 3 overtime, but now it is Louisville back-to-back, skin of their teeth, overtime wins. Orbital, can they do it just one more time? I guess we're going to have to wait and see. We're jumping into this next game, possibly our final in just a minute. What is happening here, Orbital? Kind of run us through. Farmingdale has the lead each game, every game, until the final 30 seconds. It's happened twice now.
I have a feeling it's starting to become a trend. It's Farmingdale giving that pressure very, very early on and saying, okay, let's go ahead and take the lead. But it's Louisville that are actually more calm and collected, saying, okay, we know we can play towards the mid to late. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's take things slow. Let's set up our own pacing. We don't have to be opportunistic if we don't force it, right? If we don't make those openings, if we don't give those opportunities to the opponent, they can't take those shots. And that's how Louisville are playing. That's why it goes so close to the OT, because slow prep is necessary.
Slow prep is absolutely necessary, and I think a lot of teams get to a point where they can forget about that. I now feel as if we're living in the Twilight Zone watching the same game over and over, because for the 4th time in a row, Farmingdale walks away with that first point. Can they finally put a win back on the board? All the way back to, I believe, what was it, Game 1, right? Where they found themselves the victors, and then afterward, Louisville has not given them the opportunity to turn it around.
It's difficult to say that those were clean, right? 2 overtimes and everything like that. Yes, it ended fairly quickly in OT, but at the same time, you still went to OT. That's what you really got to keep eyes on, right? So for Farmingdale, you most likely aren't really losing your spirits. You're just like, hey, listen, we just needed 1 or 2 more, and just like that, that's what you need. Farmingdale, again, moved to a 2-0 lead. Then again, we've also seen this, and it could be fresh deja vu.
Yeah, I mean, the 2-0 lead, we saw this from Farmingdale back in Game 1, I think is the only time we've seen this, the 2-0 at least. I know we saw a 2-1 last series, or last game, excuse me. Farmingdale, they find themselves up 2-0, watching a mirror match of Game 1. They won Game 1, a lot of ones there, but now is the opportunity for Louisville to really turn the tide. Ty-Dot trying to turn 2 into a 3. Fressinator going for the opportunity to strike in the corner as well, but it's ball control flipped. Hyper aggressive to Louisville, a goal left wide open, and Dern just barely able to get there and clean things back up. Farmingdale, a minute off the clock already. They know they're up 2-0. They've just got to play the defense of a lifetime. Tie things back up and force a Game 5. Doom, right place, right time. Fressinator not putting that 3rd one away quite yet.
These goal shots are so close to giving me a heart attack here. That's all I can say, right? This is out of this world, excessive and crazy, and I'm loving it so far, right? This match is exhilarating, and now we get that score. It took so long, but Louisville able to grab one back. And to keep in mind, Louisville is currently up 2-1 in the series score. We'll get that adjusted for you very, very shortly.
Yeah, we'll fix the overlay for y'all in just a minute. Y'all have been watching the whole time. You know what's up. We'll get that all figured out in just a second. Louisville, they are on tournament point, up 2-1 in terms of games. Right now it is Farmingdale up 2-1 in terms of this game. Here at Game 4 is going to be Farmingdale's opportunity to strike and turn things around. But I've got to say, Louisville, I mean, they are really kicking it up. I feel like each second we're kind of seeing them. They're becoming more and more an undefeated team, Orbital. This is exactly what I'm talking about. A clean shot from the midfield, and let's not kid anybody. A little bit of luck on their side for that one. Plenty of ways that ball could have gone, but it went straight up and over past Fressinator, tying things back up. We are at that 2-2 scoreline.
I honestly thought that was a pinch. I honestly thought that was a pinch that just went awry. It was not. It was a bounce off one of the heads of Farmingdale. And as you said, very, very lucky. But for the first time, Louisville are like, yeah, we'll take the luck. It wasn't prepped. It wasn't set up by any stretch of the imagination, but it was necessary. We give ourselves that goal, and now we can try and run forward with a bit more. Pinhead getting bounced back, I believe, by an opponent boop. So it was not going to be really fun to play with. And now you have to go back for a little bit more boost. However, Farmingdale ready to try and play on the offensive, already getting the ball under their control to try and make some of these aggressive shots.
Looking to make the aggressive shots to really take a lead away. Fressinator trying to turn that lead in Farmingdale's favor. We now enter the second half of what could be our final game. If Louisville can walk away with a goal, they can win it and force a Game 4 victory. But it's Farmingdale looking to force something else entirely. That Game 5 on the horizon. We've got 146 seconds left here for Farmingdale to come through, secure a Game 4 victory, and take us all the way to wrap up the ECAC main season.
If this ends with Louisville falling here, that would be very, very interesting to see. Again, Farmingdale, and with how tight-knit this top of the standings has been in a Swiss bracket, that is exactly what you see. You see teams playing each other, these top players all getting to play each other, the ones that have been winning or the ones that have been losing and all that sort. It's something to be expected, but it's still very, very fun to watch. For Farmingdale, you want to expand that lead to at least 2. You're going to give it your best shot. That's going to be a bounce back. Nice block off the top roast by Doom, and I'm going to look for a bit more up in the air. The aerials have gone either way so far. Looks like it does bounce in favor of Louisville.
Bouncing in favor of Louisville here. That might be their opportunity to find something on the board. Ooh. The crossbar. The darn tootin' crossbar going to be in your way 99% of the time. I swear that thing's actually 45 feet tall, just nobody's able to tell. Always getting in the way, blocking out these goals. And as we enter the final 90 seconds of Game 4, the pressure all of a sudden really stacking against Louisville. They want to win it right here, right now, and keep that undefeated scoreline alive. But instead, it's Farmingdale trying to force a Game 5 baby, finally slaying the Titan that has not been beaten yet this season.
No one's beaten them in a series score, but a few have tried to get the game score. I don't think Louisville has actually faced into a 3-2 scenario. Actually, they did. They faced it when they went up against Eagles RL Orange. And then, other than that, it's been all 3-1s, 3-0s. So if Farmingdale can do this, they'll be the second team to push Louisville to a Game 5, as well as an opportunity to take a full series off of them. Both would be incredible moments to be had. 50 seconds left. Still jostling for position as Resonator looks for a nice little flip and almost gets bumped out of defensive lane.
Doom, I've got to say a little bit of luck there. Jumps actually was going to miss the ball until Fress went down and under them, bumping them up just high enough to get in the way of the ball, blocking out a 4th goal for Farmingdale. Stern, though, really just getting ready to set up another one. Matrix going to go up and through. A little bit of luck that Fress falls a little bit off to the far side. Now ball into center field. 30 seconds left, and Doom with a possible open goal. They can get it past Dern with the defensive block to keep the dream alive from Farmingdale. Like you said, Orbital, this could be the second time that we see Louisville taken all the way to a Game 5. And they are trying to at least force an overtime, maybe win it back-to-back overtimes with only 10 seconds left on the clock. This is becoming a now-or-never moment if they want to prevent that Game 5.
Ooh,
oh, and
close,
that's not it!
Oh!
That's not it! The second attempt also falls short. The ball 99% of the way, close, but close, only counting in hand horse and shoe grenades. Farmingdale taking us all the way to Game 5.
Oh, it never ends. This is great. This is amazing. And it's so close every time. And we talk about it every time. We will always talk about it. It's taking advantage of opportunities, but in those tight-knit scenarios, in those stressful moments, those high-tension problems that come up, those small inches that you mess up, that goal that could have been there, or the kick that just went a little bit wide, they come back to eat you, and at that point it did for Louisville. They were so close. 3 different times I counted that they almost had goals, and it just didn't go the way. Farmingdale fighting back once again. We are into that Game 5, and I can't wait to see what happens.
Oh, Orbital, I am over the moon excited to see what brings out this Game 5, what these teams are ready to bring to the table, because this is truly kind of the esports moment. There's no more safety nets. There's no more chance and mistakes. Every goal has to be intentional. You cannot be leaving your goal open like these teams still are. Deep into Game 4's very lucky defensive blocks from both sides back in that 4th game, and now jumping into Game 5. I truly, all predictions thrown out the window here. Farmingdale taking an undefeated team Louisville all the way to a 5th and final time. We have 5 minutes left to decide who walks away with the final game of the ECAC Rocket League main season. This is it. This is where everything starts to fall apart, or everything gets put back together nice and clean.
At this point, I don't think either team is going to be too worried about it, right? Both these teams have played a phenomenal series of Rocket League so far. They've absolutely played their hearts out, and I think both teams are going to be spotted as contenders, right? Even with just the score lines, right? 7-0, could be a 7-1 or 8-0. 5-2, potentially 6-2, potentially 5-3. Either scoreline is going to put a decent target on their back, is the best way I can see it right now. For Louisville, obvious reasons. However, for the side of Farmingdale, this is going to be known as a team that strikes if they see a crack in the armor. If you are not a team that is effectively moving the ball and you're shoring up your passes, you will get taken advantage of. That's kind of what we're seeing here. Again, these goals that they have made have not been off of, I want to say, perfected team play. It's been that opportunity. Hey, we just watched them miss a shot or miss a pass. They completely aired it. Go for it. Send all your boots. Zero out. Just go for it. It doesn't matter if we have to send 2 or 3 people. We're going to try and take that shot, and that's what's granted them these kind of inopportune goals that others might not see. Into Game 5 for Louisville, You can't let that happen again.
You absolutely cannot be letting that happen. Doom with an early possession, but oh my goodness, Duran able to find the demolition pinhead, immediately tying things back out. We're looking at a very brief 2-2 lineup as the resurrections will come through. The respawns as well. Frestinator getting a great setup down and off the corner. Goes a little bit too high. That pinch does not come through where you need it to. Duran going in deep and putting it away. Farmingdale for the 5th time in a row, putting that first point on the board.
You can see here again and again, Farmingdale will punish your mistakes, and that mistake was Louisville sending one too many people to fight for that ball. You needed someone to rotate through, and that's the communication potentially breaking down here. Farmingdale taking a great effect of that situation and playing so well into it.
The cards, I'm going to say, are certainly in Farmingdale's favor right now.
Yes.
They've got to know when to hold them, when to fold them. Y'all know this song. They need to know when to come through and use these proper positionings, these proper attacks to strike against Louisville. Louisville is a team undefeated up to this point in time. They're not going to make small mistakes in a Game 5 scenario like this. Everybody's adrenaline through the roof. Everybody's playing at arguably their peak. This is where every player really kicks it in, hones in, and gets ready to line up those goals. Farmingdale, they're up 1-0 right now, almost tied up as Doom goes in deep for a goal, but it's Duran who's able to block it back out. Matrix in the center field, looking for the time to go up and over, interrupted immediately by not one but two defenders from Farmingdale. Already a minute 20 gone, still anybody's game.
No, we've been saying that, but for both teams, we have not seen any more than, I think, 3 goals on either side, right? This has been excessively close. This has been, whoever gets 3 goals is almost a shoe in for the victor now, and I want to see a few more. I want to see these aggressive tendencies laid out to bear. I want to see Louisville really make it happen, and that's going to be a save on the top ropes by Duran. Kai is going to try and float it a little bit further in, but Duran, recognizing that this might be a problem, is immediately set on the defensive.
2 minutes now gone. We are nearly into the second half of the game. Farmingdale, I mean, if they keep this up, could win by only a single point. That would be shocking, honestly, with how close these games have been. To see somebody walk away with a 1-0 victory would be mind-blowing, let alone a victory on top of an undefeated team. Would be, I mean, just amazing, unstoppable, truly. But as we've got down 2:50 left on the clock, it looks like Louisville is really struggling to get out of their back third. Farmingdale doing a great job with these rotations, a great job with these connections, and possibly a better job with these double taps. Freshinator goes in deep, off the wall, and sinks it into goal. Now 2:41 on the clock, 2-0 on the board for Farmingdale. They are this close, Orbital. They can taste a victory over an undefeated team.
And any other team, I would tell them, just play slow, right? Make sure to show up your defensive, make sure to not be too over-aggressive, and keep the score at a 2-0. For Farmingdale, I'm just going to say send it. Keep sending it. It's working for you guys. Keep challenging for every single ball in the air. Keep prepping to always fight for that ball, even if it means that you potentially leave your goal wide open. This is a team that, if the opponent is able to score one, they're going to try and score back. It's going to be consistently offset with the aggression. And Farmingdale, 2 minutes left. If they keep giving themselves these sides, if they keep tossing the ball back and forth, it will only give them even more advantages throughout the rest of the timer.
2 minutes now. We are deep into the second half of the game. Farmingdale still up 2-0. Louisville looking at a 1 goal per minute scoreline. Very possible, but unfortunately, Louisville really been struggling on that goal here tonight. They have been close many, many times, but Orbital, as I always say, close only counting in horse hands and grenade shoes. So unfortunately, Farmingdale is not able to really line things up against Louisville as competitively as they wanted to. Farmingdale has had the opportunity to strike on goal, not quite for free, but much easier, where Louisville has really been struggling to find any footing.
When they go up, that's going to be 2 attackers on the top side. And Louisville, as you said, right, this is not their time. It just feels they're kind of all out of sorts. Seeing double challenges, leaving your own goal open, and then kind of flying all back at the same time, and sometimes even all in the same direction. You always have to be communicating with your team. How are you going to rotate out the defender? How are you going to prep for the oncoming goals? Seems that they're in a little bit of disarray, and Farmingdale might have just found the secret answer to take down one of the Titans, but that pinch is solid as a huge shot goes flying straight into Farmingdale's goal.
A goal when they needed it most. Truly, Doom is able to get it in up past 2 defenders there. We see close, and unfortunately the boost was not there for Duran. Louisville, all of a sudden, this is doable once again. They've got 64 seconds left on the clock. They need to score one more time to force an overtime. They have not lost an overtime yet, and even if they win by the skin of their absolute teeth in a Game 5 overtime, a win is absolutely still a win, Orbital. And 6 seconds later, Louisville's doom is putting that second goal down. All of a sudden, we are back 0-0. Game 5. Whoever wins within the next 57 seconds is going to walk away a winner here in what I could not have asked for a better series to wrap up the ECAC main season.
And that was Farmingdale again, making their own mistakes. Both teams recognizing when a mistake is made. That clearance did not go the way they wanted. It actually popped in right in front of the goal. That's how that goal came about, and Louisville absolutely took advantage. Now the goal is also open on their own side. Dances over the top of the defender. Fresinator says, you are not getting a march. We are now at 3-2. A goal scored in less than 20 seconds. Are you kidding me, Farmingdale?
I mean, Farmingdale just, they saw the light. It was ripped away for just a moment. Louisville sneaking back up, tying things, and Farmingdale, they said, oh, no, not today, my friend. We are walking away with this victory. 42 seconds left on the clock, more than enough time for Louisville to make the magic happen. But Fresinator on the offense, on the defense, everywhere they need to be, but they cannot be there fast enough. Orbital, it is Louisville tying things back up. 37 seconds left, 3-3, Game 5. We've got 30 seconds until somebody walks away a winner.
I'm telling you, everything's gone out the window. Every single piece of information that we had before is gone, right? These are both teams just completely leaving it open. All the nerves have hit the high roof, and it's getting out of control. Off the tip-off, we can see a little bit of push towards back to Farmingdale's side, but Louisville might have challenged a little bit too far. Good defensive play from Matrix, but Farmingdale is going to try their best to prep. 3 ready and aggressive positioning, as they are going to try and get a shot off on goal, but that leaves their own open. A little bit of high pass. You angle it in, but it's just off the top of the goalpost.
Off the top of the goalpost, coming in deep. Matrix able to find something here. The demolition comes through. 7 seconds left for a true game win, but in overtime, feeling incredibly likely, but tied out of a wide open goal. No! Orbital, the waffle iron has been flipped, and Farmingdale finds themselves up 4-3. 2 seconds left on the clock. The only hope for Louisville to win this out is with a kickoff goal. They cannot make a single mistake, or they will find their first loss of the season.
I said these teams are going to be aggressive at one point or another. We are going to see a disgustingly fast-paced game, and it's still going to be juggled. I think that's it is.
I need a baby aspirin. I'm about to have a heart attack. Oh my goodness, this is just, what an incredible series. What a way to wrap up the ECAC main season. I truly could not have asked for a more competitive, high-caliber way to wrap this up. Orbital, absolutely amazing. Farmingdale did, I'm not going to call it impossible, but they did the unlikely, and they were able to clutch out a win over Louisville, who finds their first loss of the season in a last-second final game of the season, final matchup of the series. Oh, it definitely hurts for Louisville, but they fought tooth and nail. That's a loss that it's going to sting, but you cannot be upset about the way the cookie crumbled on that when you left everything out on the field, and that's exactly what both these teams did here tonight.
It was phenomenal, I have to say. And both these squads are going to be looking to revamp moving into playoffs. Keep that in mind. University of Louisville, they're going to be running with their RL Black squad, and they're going to be looking to still try and take that top spot. Remember, this is still a squad that has won a majority of their games, most likely against the other top contenders here, meaning they still have the head count, meaning they will still most likely have first or second is my best bet here. And we're not going to see anything change from there. So very, very excited to see them continue playing. For Farmingdale, a phenomenal series win. This should put them up at about 6th or 5th is what I'm counting here. Maybe dropping down to 7th depending on how the rest of them shape out. Should still be phenomenal. Again, both squads, phenomenal way to end the season, and I can't wait to see even more of them.
Without a doubt. And folks, the Rocket League for ECAC unfortunately does come to a close here. We're taking a week-long break. We'll be back with playoffs in the near future, so please go follow all the ECAC socials to stay up to date. If you want to follow me in Orbital, that's just cool. I mean, we would just appreciate that, but of course, do not feel obligated. I'll speak for Orbital and myself. It has been nothing but a pleasure to be here. I have such a phenomenal series with some incredible teams and players. Huge shout out to Colton, our producer/observer in the back line. We love each and every one of you so very much. We've got Overwatch coming up for you folks next. We'll have that ready in just a couple of minutes, but for the time being, check your posture, drink some water, please love each other, and we'll see you all next time. Enjoy some Overwatch. That don't utilize physicality as much, so I'm definitely suspecting Louisville maybe bringing out a lot more physicality than perhaps Farmingdale is used to. Right now, though, I mean, this is a game one. very much things to the basics. Everybody turned out opportunity to strike. And Doom had a good opening there. It was a very simple play, a very scripted one. I think the players were able to get away, block it out. Matrix now moving into that secondary attempt. Maybe that third time's the charm. Not a sang for nothing, but instead Farmingdale guns it down center field and
Matrix is actually having some problems. This is going to be... I love it. 2 players going for this, absolutely 0 boost. So again, the testing of the waters here, I love it so much. No one wants boost because everyone just wants those angles, and that's just an open goal shot. Louisville.
It's only 5 minutes. This is still 20% of the game left to be played. So Louisville, they've got more than enough time. However, Farmingdale, as I mentioned moments ago, really struggling to make this happen. Oh, that's an open goal, please. The demos! The best teams are very rarely gunning 100% in that first game. That is so much about gathering intel, gathering data and information to see what you can do against your opponents. Let's see what Louisville learned, and better yet, if they can take advantage of it. However, I mean...
time is necessary. That was it, right? I love the fact that we're seeing more teams actively go for those, oh, well, I have to get this fancy score off. No, all you have to immaculate goal and unfortunately get denied it. So this is very interesting. Oh, dude barely bumps that one back up, is immediately going to knock it out of the goal range, but both squads still jockeying the seals, like each one's taking opportunities. And back that game number 1, it was a 3-1 score. Very much an opportunity to do the same here as it is a neutral ball setup here in Farmingdale. Prepped and ready though, that's going to be a nice arcing shot past to the teammate and immediately just in a
sure are, Orbital. We are definitely in overtime here, and of course, I'm sure everybody watching knows because I love to cover it. Overtime, the clock continues to tick up for 9 whole seconds until Louisville use this one. 6-2 bumps them up quite a few digits, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, they will. Again, you're looking, it's the difference between a single-digit placement and a double-digit placement, and that is going to be Farmingdale. Consistently, you see them, whoever is carrying the ball or attempting to carry the ball is actually the slowest of the teammates. The other 2 are actually being sent out to try and body block someone else out, and it's very rare that you see this be used to excessive factor, and it gives them opportunities like that.
Farm play style, and it is working better than I think I've ever seen before. They are going possibly up 2-0 or 2-1 over an undefeated team off of the fact that they are amazing at reacting.
It's one of those things that it does work for them. Yes, Farmingdale do want to go, but all 3 leading over towards that side leaves that opportunity back open for Louisville. It's a push and pull of epic proportion. Here they go, nice little bounces. Anyone close? No, they're not. Hit head
by Farmingdale now. Whoever takes this orbital puts themselves on tournament point, on series point here to end the ECAC main season.
Prepped again, just nice and over, but it hits. Oh! Are you gonna get it? Oh! You could. Playing. That's why it goes so close to the OT, because slow prep is necessary.
Slow prep is absolutely necessary. I think a lot of teams get to a point where they can forget about that.
It ended fairly quickly in OT, but at the same time, you still went to OT. That's what you really got to keep eyes on, right? So for Farmingdale, you most likely aren't really losing your fears. Just like, hey, listen, we just needed 1 or 2 more, and just like that, that's what out of this world, excessive and crazy, and I'm loving it so far, right? This match is exhilarating, and now we get that score. It took so long, goal, to try and make some of these aggressive shots.
Looking to make the aggressive shots to really take a lead away. Frustrator trying to turn that lead in Farmingdale's favor. We now enter the second half of what could be our final game. If Louisville can walk away with a goal, they can win it. Durham able to punch demolition. They had immediately time to come back out with a 2-2 lineup as the refreshing to open through the respawn as well. Frustrator getting a great setup down and off the corner. Was a little bit too high. That pinch just knocked him through where he needed to. Durham going in deep and putting it away. Farmingdale on the clock. It looks like Louisville is really struggling to get out of their back. Farmingdale, great job with the connection. Possibly a better job with these double taps. It goes in deep off the wall.
How are you going to rotate out the defender? How are you going to prep for the oncoming goals? Seems that a little bit of disarray. Might have just found the secret answer to take down one of the Titans, but that pinch is solid.
Louisville, all of a sudden, this is doable once again. They've got 64 seconds left on the clock. They need to score one more time to force it overtime. They have not lost overtime yet. And even if they win, by the skin of their absolute teeth, in a Game 5 overtime, they win is absolutely still open.
No mistakes. Both teams recognizing when a mistake is made, that clearance did not go the way they wanted. It actually popped it right in front of the goal. That's how that goal came about, and Louisville absolutely took advantage. Now the goal is also open on their own side. Dances over the top of the defender. Fascinator says you are
sneaking back up time. And Farmingdale, they said, oh, no, not today, my friend. We are walking away with this victory. 42 seconds left on the clock. More than enough time for Louisville to make the magic happen. But Precinator on the offense, on the defense, everywhere they need to be, but they cannot be there fast enough.
Top of the goalpost.
Matrix able to find something here. The demolition comes through. 7 seconds left for a 2-game win in overtime. Feeling incredibly likely, but tied out of a wide open goal. No! Or
Welcome back to some ECAC action. We're finishing off the night with an epic Overwatch best of 5 to break it all down for this final match of the regulation season. Is myself, and joined by me is Jag. I didn't even say my name. My name's Los.
There's just so
Oh,
much
man.
excitement, right?
Oh man.
I mean, like you said, though, it is the last match of the regular season. This is a pretty big one to end on for the Open Division, and one of these teams is fighting for their playoff flight. So I think that's really the big thing to point out right at the gate. Right now, they are one game away for qualifying for the playoffs. Unfortunately, their opponent tonight, St. Andrews, they cannot make it. But this is a friendly rivalry between the teams. They did get a chance to talk to the coaches earlier on from both sides, and these are two teams that scrim a lot, and they've gone back and forth. There hasn't been one team that's been winning decisively than the other team. So because of that, with so much on the line here, I feel like, especially having this friendly rivalry, St. Andrews, they're going to give it their all here.
Well, that's exactly what we'd hope for because, you have that rivalry. You may not be able to make it in, but the best thing that you could do is make sure that your rival doesn't make it to playoffs either. See, Misery loves company, and they love to be not in the playoffs, I guess. So it should be a fun one. It should be an interesting one as we check out these two rosters. I mean, I'm excited. Who do we have to jump into this best of 5? I mean, it's all about the I think we discussed this a little bit beforehand. We got to talk about the God tier DPS coming out from Co College Joker. What do we know about them?
I mean, I think they're one of the highest SR players in Open Division. I didn't get a look at their profile or anything like that, but I was told that Co has a range from Bronze all the way to Grandmasters. My guess is they're probably closer to the Grandmaster scale. This is the player I was told to look out for. You know, just God tier was the word that you used, but it's also how the coach described them on their own team. So I think this is definitely going to be the player to look out for in this game as a series. Can they be the big impact factor? You know, this team, they have a lower SR average on, say, the plat versus that silver average. So the DPS on the other side, Tonix and Merxa, they're going to have quite a battle here tonight between Joker as well as their DPS partner. Can you do enough as one person in a 6v6 team game? I mean, it's not 5v5 yet, so the carry potential isn't there just as much with one extra person still on the battlefield, but I think that's really going to be kind of what we're going to be looking out for.
Hey, I mean, this is a very wide range of players that we have in this matchup, and I think that makes it all the more exciting because there will be no skill gap because everyone has different abilities, different skill levels as we're going into this matchup. So I think if that's going to be the main idea of what we are looking into, Joker might be one of the best. So you have to just ensure that they will not get any opportunities as we get into this, as the team fights go on. Deny Joker any positioning, anything of that sort to give them an advantage, and we're kicking things off. And Ilios, Jag, what?
Yeah, it's not something I usually expect, but this tells me maybe they want to play Widowmaker, because Widowmaker can be very good at certain points of this map. Really depends on if you get Ruins or not. This was the pick by St. Andrews. I did talk to them. They actually said that Control was their favorite map type. So I think really to get off on a good start here, to get the ball rolling, a win here on their own map pick would be huge. It would give the next map pick to Co as the loser of this map, but I think right now, like, you really have to take this 1-0 early lead to really get going, because as I talked with Co about, they really like Assault, which is that third map type. That third map type in their pocket, maybe being able to go for the reverse sweep later on, who knows. There's so many things that can happen in a game like this. I want to see what these competitions look like early. They're not necessarily locked in just yet, because could change it. You're still in spawn. St. Andrews looks like they might be going for a bit of that shadow dive minus the Sombra, so dive style tanks, but you just kind of run it like a traditional rush comp. Just no Ryan, just a Winston. Co College double shield here on, wow, that's really interesting, especially with a Mercy. You're not going to have nearly as much healing potential as a Moira.
4, 3, 2,
Especially when they have that setup fully in effect. You won't be able to give that big group heal, but I think they're going to have to worry about dealing with this initial dive coming out from St. Andrews. They're heading over to the left, definitely sticking together as a squad, and I think that's something that they're known for. They don't like to take 1v1s. They always want to run in and go as a unit, but now we have Kroko jumping into the back line, and I think they're very close to losing on that mech, and that will be a quick D-mech indeed. Bomberman is so close to death, however, the Soar already going down. This will be the first one to fall, so it has slowed down a bit. They gave him some space, and now the point is active.
Yeah, I think that might have just been a bit of a miscommunication. You saw that Kroko goes in. It looks like they try to set up some sort of dive potential, but I think that one thing you gotta realize is that you can play this actually just through the shields. Winston can just use his Tesla cannon through shields. So when they lose their D.Va, they lose a lot of protection, and they lose that first fight before it really ever starts. Both their tanks gone early on. Co College, they get really great positioning. Creed already has a sound barrier. That is one of the hardest ultimates to get, because it just takes so long to get, like, there's like a system of points you need essentially to get that ultimate. So they have been doing quite a bit of work here on that main support role early on.
There's never been a time where Co College was in a critical condition, but now we have Merxa flying through the sky. They use the duplication into the Reinhardt. Both of them get knocked into the pit, and here comes a charge. They'll send the other Reinhardt right into the walls. That's Jesus does go down with Earth Shatter, and it follows up with Onyx Death Blossom.
It looks like that should be the end of this engagement. There's still a Reaper on the point, but how long can they stall out? I believe a Valkyrie was used by Nines. Yes, it was. So they can keep them alive for a bit. Maybe stall out the point. Now they're just going to fly away. So 52% are going to be given over before it's all said and done. 53 to be exact. That was very costly for St. Andrews. They had to use so much there. Death Blossom, Duplicate, Sound Barrier. Do have a Primal Rage as well as a Coalescence. I feel like this Coalescence could be a huge game changer, a great opener if they use it early enough and use it as an engagement tool to not only do damage but healing. But on their side, Bomberman does have a Death Blossom almost ready. Supercharger could be huge.
Joker with the Deadeye on the Cassidy, looking for the space and remove Bazi. She goes down. Now Joker will pay with their life as they get gritty. Don't have help with the rest of the squad. Sora activating the Primal Rage, jumping into the back line. They have the assistance of Kujan's ultimate, keeping them safe and healthy, and all those ultimates expended. There's 5 dead for Ko.
Yeah, but they do actually take the point during that fight, so even though they lose it out, they use some ultimates, they get another 10%, they stop St. Andrews from getting more point percentage, so very nice objective play overall. And St. Andrews, they end up using basically their entire ult bank. They got ultimate back, and they used them all just to try to sustain on that point. Co-College, they still have that Supercharger. Did use the Death Blossom, but that Supercharger, it's one of the highest winning ultimates percentage-wise. You use that, and your win percentage in that fight is like 70%.
Joker's getting some great shots. A few dinks here and there, but you have to watch for the backline because here comes Sora. They will lose their life, but from the sky as well is the rest of St. Andrews. That's 5 dead again for Ko.
Yeah, just a great shot over the top, wave the focusing beam by Merxa, able to get everyone very weak, gets another duplicate, and now you're actually in the zone where this is doable, this is winnable. You've now finally passed them in ult percentage. Duplicate is a huge ultimate. You could use it again to duplicate the Rhine, get another Earth Shatter. You're not too far away from Death Blossom. Co-College, they've just been so stagnant so far with that Supercharger. They've had it for forever. They're trying to find entryways, maybe to save it for a rainy day, but that rainy day, it's coming soon if they don't use it.
Start things off, the Sora jumps in. That will be maybe some damage here from Merxa. They jump in as the Reaper, but they don't get enough ult charge yet. They're trying to break through that shield line and can't fortunately make it, but somehow Soutonics comes in for the support, but it doesn't even matter. They have no point. They have no player there to stop the cap.
Score.
Chaos reigns supreme in a map type like Control, and that's why this dive hybrid brawl comp can work so well. Usually you run it with a Sombra instead of the Echo, you play around hacks, but I think St. Andrews actually set themselves up for great success without even knowing it. The Sombra, not going to be as useful if there's 2 shields. I mean, you hack one of them, they still have the other shield to work with. It's just really, really smart how they play that. In the end, they reinitiated the way they tried to do in that first fight. They ignored the shields, they tried to just mow down the squishier characters, especially supports that are in the back line. And while that first fight didn't go super well, they were finally able to get into a groove, able to take that first round. Now it's Co-College, you're going to have to find a way back in if they don't want to lose this first map.
Sticking to that same composition, St. Andrews certainly believes in themselves, but Joker now jumping on the Torb should be an interesting one. They want to get that turret to just have that passive value, or at least that passive income Jag of just getting so much damage in to allow them to bring out the multi-form when they really want to make a solid execute.
It also denies the space to the Echo. She tries to fly above, but could target her and really zone her out. So this is a very nice anti-dive attempt.
Oh, Sora!
Oh!
Does manage to get back into the play. That is very crazy. And we're throwing themselves onto the point will include a ton of damage. They will be the first one to fall. However, there is a trade out. They're losing on Nyan. She goes down. And so is Vazzy. Lots of heals to be lost here, but Co-College seems to be at the front of it.
Looks like they will be able to get the first cap once again. This time, though, they have to be really careful not to lose it as quickly as they did in the previous round. This map, I feel like, really suits, though, the comp they're running. They can just bunker down on the point. They've got the double shields to stay around. They can play around the turret. A lot easier than they did on Well, where it's a lot more out in the open. But it's not always guaranteed to work. Now they're going to try the Sombra. And the Torbjorn actually plays really well into this, especially because if you go for a hack, the turret's going to find you out and cancel it immediately.
Just biding their time at the moment. Has to start with Merxa getting a hack to one of those shields, denying it. Yes, it does get placed onto Jesus. They won't be able to provide the protection, but we still have voltage there with the barriers. Tonics already in the backline, dealing loads of damage. However, the kills aren't going their way. It's 2 dead. Both the heals are out for St. Andrews.
Their Shatter comes through, just I think as the end. Self-destruct's used as well. Death Blossom, but no, it's gonna be shut down. Well, there might be a Sombra on the point. It does not look like it's going to be flipped. St. Andrews, I think they've lost this fight. They've invested quite heavily into it. The good news is their Diva will be able to get out. The Death Blossom being used maybe a little bit too much at the end of a lost fight. It's going to be there for Bombermaker this time around. They're only 1 fight away from taking this round and forcing a third one here, Los.
It's going to come down to how they play this next one. They do have the Coalescence as well as the Primal Rage, but the Supercharger there for Voltage can make things incredibly difficult. As you were saying, it's such a game changer for engagements. We're starting things off. Score jumps in, but they're standing all over on the Molten Core. Joker has let down the welcome mat, and no one is feeling welcome here. And that's only one player. Bombardan goes down in exchange for both of the tanks for St. Andrews.
Onyx has to do something. Counter Coalescence comes out. I think this is going to be the end, but no, the EMP! It's not soon enough. It shuts down the Coalescence, but the team play from Co, it's still there. And Co College, they will be able to force this round 3. My goodness, Lo, it's just 2 different map types showing really what's just better. I mean, Chaos reigns supreme on Well here. On Lighthouse, a little bit more coordinated, a little bit better just to sit behind your tank line. And now that Widowmaker that I talked about could be making an appearance with these amazing sight lines, but so far, just looks like it's going to be the exact same that we've seen from the last round.
Co must be feeling confident in that bunker composition. I mean, having a double shield there, denying anyone access through those tight corridors to make it through to the objective would work better, but this is such an open area. Co might have to change up their composition if this first engagement doesn't go their way.
And Merxa was really smart with some of those hacks. He plays outside the point, just waits for someone to step a little bit too far forward, doesn't even worry about the turret. And I think Co College just realized, like, we have to play around this turret. This turret is going to be what stops the Sombra from getting the hack.
Swing into the sideline, that should be good, as it's coming at such an awkward angle for them to deal with if they want to make it on the point. Merxa there, lighting up the turret, taking care of that, won't be able to find a hack, but all this spam with the SMG is critical, and it does get a hack over onto Jesus. There's the barrier, and this is absolute chaos, but somehow Co College is coming out on top. Not if Tonix has something to say about it. They jump down looking for the engagement, but all they're finding is the turret. They have to back off.
Oh, yeah, the hack comes through, but the Reaper is not the hack target you want because they still get that passive healing for all the damage they do. And you've seen twice now that Merxa has tried to hack out Sassy, but Sassy can just swing for the fences. You know, they don't have that shield, but then Voltage steps in, puts their shield down, you can just keep doing damage as a Reinhardt. You do so much damage per swing, you just become a better Roadhog, essentially, in that case. You're thick, and you're able to do as much damage as you want into an area of effect across so many different opponents. So I think the hack targets have to be a little bit different for Merxa. I like the way they played it. I like how they're destroying the turret, but really, I would love to see them get down like a support player if possible.
That has to be their first target. Sora is so low. They needed that immortality field, but now that it's gone, how will they deal with all this damage incoming? The barrier almost destroyed. They have to back off. Merxa now running into the fray, hoping for something, but Jesus is already down, so that could be a great play for them. Might be the start of something helpful, but just in that moment, there's 3 dead for St. Andrews.
Yeah, and they make the swap to a Brawl comp. Not too late. They still have time to build their ultimates, but they left Merxa behind. They were still on the Sombra. You saw them going very late into that engagement. Now they swapped to the Junkrat. So I would have loved to see the full team swap come through. I'd love to see them run in 6v6 instead of 5v6. They do force out the Earth Shatter. They do get down Sassy before they can do more work, build up another one, but there's so many ultimates. There's going to be 5 ultimates for Co College here.
They have to start out with this spam. There's nothing to have any defense against it, but the Molten Core will deny them even any space upon this site. Sora already out. The barrier's gone. They have to back up the reset.
How much time do they have to reset? It's going down to last by territory. 2 ultimates used from Co College, but they still have 3 to boot. Again, Supercharger could be huge in combination with the Death Blossom. Sound Barrier just as an extra cushion. Self-destruct going to be thrown in to start.
Doesn't find anything, and now we have the Earth Shatter from Sora. I don't know if it found the value, and here comes the Death Blossom from Bomberman, and that is 1 down, denying any extra availability from the Deadeye. But I mean, now we have a full-on team wipe here for St. Andrews.
And Co College, they do take this first map. It was not looking super pretty on that first round, but after, well, everything seemed to go their way. Those slight adjustments, getting the Torbjorn into the mix, made a world of a difference. And Merxa did look really great, especially on this Echo. Sombra, you know, some really great moments, a really big EMP that could have changed things around, maybe on Lighthouse if there were still teammates alive, but at the end of the day, that first map, not going to be theirs.
That was a great play of the game. I think it was fantastic use of those sticky bombs with all those players so clustered. That was something that happened quite a bit, especially even on the ruins where they were stuck behind the objective, clustered in there. If that was a sticky bomb situation, it could have been a very useful composition. Or even with the Junkrat, if it was brought into play earlier in the round, that might have been a solid way to kind of counteract this hard double shield composition we saw coming through. But it is now an opportunity for Co College. They're starting things off strong, and they're putting their rivals, knocking them down a notch.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the big thing there is like the Junkrat really could have worked dividends. You know, especially on a map like that, if you can force them into kind of like the corridor, that's where Junkrat reigns supreme in tight spaces, just able to bounce their grenades off of walls. But even on that open point, being able to destroy those double shields, like you said, that would have been huge. But I think there we see a little bit of discoordination where they go for a mostly full team swap and then they still have a Sombra. Maybe they were just waiting for the EMP, but then they don't engage at the right time. They leave their Sombra behind. I think a few plays there could have made a world of a difference. But we have to move over now to Hybrid. We're not sure just yet what that map choice is going to be. It will be St. Andrews again, so they'll get 2 map picks in a row. And, you know, I'm trying to think of what might be the best choice. Looks like we do have that information actually right now. I'm trying to find it. It's Havana. So that's interesting because they did not bring out the double shield, and I feel like this is a really good double shield map.
Hey, we will see what's going to happen with that one. I'm excited to see how it's going to be a turnaround here. Well, it will start off with Co College going for that offensive. I think St. Andrews, you know, it's a classic tactic to start Havana off, go for those those spawn kills. But I'm wondering if that will even be a viable option for them, because St. Andrews had a very difficult time defending the objective when they already started it. So if they could set up a very strong defense right out of the spawn of Co College, you know, I'd like to see how they could improve on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one thing is that, like you said, they were really great at taking the fight to the side of Co, but I feel like when Co was just kind of the ones who were initiating first, you kind of see that St. Andrews, they were kind of all over the place, a little bit sporadic, really couldn't focus down. And I think that the tempo of the game just caught them a bit off guard. They weren't setting it themselves. They didn't really know how to respond. And one thing you kind of have to do is, it's really hard in a game like Overwatch because it happens so quickly, but you have to basically say, all right, if they do this, we're going to do this as you're getting to the engagement. And then hopefully you have the plan already set in place so everyone knows what to do. Either it's a rotation or an alt counter, or maybe just disengage. There's so many things you can try to set up ahead of time, but you got to do it in just a moment's notice. And then if you don't, you see what happens. Co able to spread you apart and then take you one by one off the board until you get the respawn. I think a defensive hold really could be great here for St. Andrews early on. One thing to remember is, you know, for a defensive close hold, it's not always about getting eliminations. A lot of the time, it's just about killing time off the clock and forcing Co, honestly, to use ultimates way before they have to.
Well, I mean, they might just have to build them up and go for an explosive start. However, a single kill can be a world of difference. We've seen that in multiple engagements when they were going on to Ilios. They would have to go off a reset off of one player being eliminated. Sometimes it was Jesus caught out of position, so they didn't have a barrier in time. Sometimes even when they didn't have Merxa, when they went in without the Sombra. When you don't have that full-on squad, a fight just isn't going to be viable.
Yeah, and this is actually one of the times where it's okay to not have the full squad. One big mistake I see from teams is that because they lose that one player, they're like, all right, we just disengage fully from the full hold. No, you hold it until you perish. You die on that payload. You die on the cart. Because, again, it's about time. But in any other situation, when, you know, beyond cart play, like especially if you're on attack, that's when you have to learn to disengage. As a defender, though, you just hold that until you can't any longer, because it's all about time. It's all about letting your team reset. Because if you do go for that upfront hold, you're trying to play right around here, around this second bend of the map, and then you get the natural cover as a defender. It does look like we'll see that upfront forward hold. It's going to be actually Co who's starting out here on the defense, and they are running, you know, I would say a bit more of a traditional comp, and then I see the Orisa, then I see the Moira. They really are not a fan of off tanks, are they?
Who needs them, really? If they won the first map without it, why should they buy into the hype?
Don't need them for Overwatch 2.
Attackers incoming.
Oh, too soon. Or maybe not soon enough, when we don't know how it's coming out. All right, starting things off, we got Mercs out on the side, sends out the Dynamite, should get a good deal of damage, but they're blocked off by the wall here from Joker, forcing them to come out one by one in that trickle, but the forward barrier coming out from Sora might be able to give him some cover. Not going to be the case at this point. It's just about getting some dynamite damage on the other side. However, it isn't giving that long-term impact. Bomberman is still on the other side of that barrier, open for someone to try to take the fight for them, but they're actually just flipping sides right now.
Yeah, it seems like defenders are on attack, attackers are on defend. With St. Andrews comp, you want to play farther away because you don't have Ryan to swing. You have a Sigma instead to do more medium range damage. You're Co College. You're just going to wait for them to run into you on the point. You're just going to wait forever. That's exactly what they're doing.
At this point, this is exactly what Cole wants if they stick on the other side of that payload while Bob is doing some work. But now, finally, Groko is here to deal some damage, or at least take the fight to them. A barrier to keep them safe, but then this is just an all-out brawl. Forces out the sound barrier from Creed, and they're starting to lose resources. Joker's down. The Supercharger is down for St. Andrews, but they're keeping the kills coming, especially with this Rabbinic Flux. That's going to pick up 2, and it should be a signal to the end.
2 for 2 alt trades, though. A bit surprised. They're actually still fighting this. Coalescence gets 1. You get the Bob, you get the Gravitic Flux out. You're still holding. You've killed a minute and a half off the clock, maybe even more, depending on how much longer this goes. This is everything you could ask for in a hold. You do have to expend your support ultimates. You got Supercharger, you've got Earth Shatter, St. Andrews. They're going to have a Supercharger soon. They will have, as well, an Amplification Matrix. Dragons, though, from Tonics, I think that's going to be really the big fight winner for St. Andrews. I want to see the mini grab. I want to see the pull with the Dragon Strike. Because there's no Immortality field on the side of Co. So there's no protection, really, after that sound barrier is gone. So if they're able to time that right, St. Andrews, they get the teamwork down that they might have not had at certain points. Avilios could be a big win on this attack.
Oh, this is going to be massive. They can launch down. And they've just taken the objective again. It starts out with an Earth Shadow. I don't know if it finds great value, but Kuzan, they're dead. They're out. And we're following it up with even more kills already. 2 dead. They've lost the Mercy, but they still have that Ant Matrix. The Immortality Field might be a viable option if this continues to fight.
They Blizzard thrown in, though. I'm not sure if it connected of anyone. It might have just been to create space. Supercharger being thrown on top of the Ant Matrix. That's a lot of extra damage for St. Andrews. I believe they will be able to prevail here once they get rid of this pesky May. Actually, the Rhine might get back in the swing of things, too. These positionings that Co take, it's what I was talking about before. They set the tempo, they set the pace. And St. Andrews, they are coming up on top of these fights with wins, but the time that they're burning off the clock and the ultimates they have to commit to it just to win after they're caught off guard, it's a lot. It's very costly.
Oh yeah, and just all the time they're burning. It's perfect. Now they do have that payload finally moving, but with such little time left. I mean, you know, it's still a minute. It's still something to work with, but now they're going in for another fight. Co College is not done at all. Popping both the Coalescence as well as the sound barrier. They're going in for the kill. And what do we have on the side of St. Andrews? They're sending in some damage, but they don't really have the resources that Co is bringing to the fight. And it starts off with a kill on Kuzan. She's out. Fozzie all alone. He might be able to bring out some support, but there isn't much. Here's a Dragon Strike, but Sassy Jesus is going to the back line, and they've lost 2 more.
Yeah, that's going to be the end of that fight. You do lose your Orisa, you get everyone else. Death Blossom ready to go. Voltage again has that Supercharger. I really hope they use it in this last engagement. St. Andrews, they're going to be swapping now actually to a Diva last moment, so I think there's going need for speed here, really. Tracer, Soldier 76, they have a Valkyrie almost close by, but that's really it. So they're just going to try to touch the point. They do get it. Overtime will be triggered, but they just have so much they have to go against with.
The backline actually just getting some shots for free, but how are they dealing with the Death Blossom as well as the Blizzard? This is just an unleashment of ultimates, and it's going to work out. Tonix, the last one alive. They have to zip around for another, 15 seconds before help arrives, and it's not going to be possible.
I'm so sorry, Lilikuz, on that. You had to deal with that. I saw what happened. You're in the Valkyrie, you think you made it out of the Blizzard, you're flying away, and you're frozen out of the AoE. The effect has been on you too long, and that's so unfortunate. That Valkyrie, that extra healing, that extra sustain was what St. Andrews needed to potentially combat all the ultimates that Co College had built up, but it was just an onslaught. Death Blossom, Blizzard, Supercharger. There's just too much to overcome there, and Co College continuing to set the pace are able to have a very decisive hold here on the first point. Now, it's not determined just yet, Lo. St. Andrews could have an amazing defense. They could win this map out, but it's got to be better than what Co College had, and Co College had a really, really good one.
And I think it comes down to great positioning from Co. It forced St. Andrews to take the fight to them, because they would somehow swap positions in what should be a standard stick around the payload, bring it up. College was on the payload, while St. Andrews, they seemed that they were defending. So they were just burning time. It's exactly what would have hoped for in this situation. So they have to push the offensive, or they have to just make sure that nobody steps foot on that payload. Burn as much time as you can.
And the thing about this comp from College is, like, I haven't seen it in so long. The Orisa Reinhardt was something that I ran in 2019, 2020 when I played in Collegiate, and it would be various levels of success, but they run it like a true brawl, except instead of a D.Va to eat up damage with the Matrix, they just use the shield as basically the way to do it. Now St. Andrews, they're going to have a Symmetra to try to teleport around the double tanks, and Zimbeam can melt these shields.
Might be a good wall, yeah, because they've isolated both the tanks, but they have the health, they have the barriers. Both of them are broken, though, so they have to retreat. Might be able to walk out with a kill on Voltage, and that will be the case. Broco has to back off because they're going to get demeched in this moment. Still have some time to win this one out. Only one death inside of Coke. Easy time for a re-aggressive.
I think right now, if you're a Nines, you had to think about swapping to the Baptiste because the Immortality field is so valuable when your shields are getting melted like this. I'm going to stick on the Moira to try to build up the Coalescence, but if this isn't fruitful, that would be my pick to try to swap.
Bomberman blocked off and Sassy goes down. It's another first tank for them to fall. Bomberman, though, sending some great damage back, and Stora loses their life marks, and the back line might be able to get something working with that beam. That won't be the case. Immortality field popped by Vasi. So now there's a new opportunity for Go to push the offensive. That will be a blizzard actually from Tonic, so that makes things even worse for Go. Frozen Bomberman, they have to lose their life, and this will force out the Coalescence as well. This is going to be the time for St. Andrews. They have to back off, but there's the sound barrier to continue this fight.
Photon barrier is there, but it won't counter the Riptire if they decide to use it. This is what I was talking about. You can't back up in this comp, but they are, and that's giving them so much space.
Oh my god, Joker with the 3K, with the patient Riptire, that was huge. I love that it was just riding the payload as well.
Yeah, just trying to hide away, I think, from turrets, because the turrets could melt the tire, but instead, they're just getting free real estate all day right now. They've pushed up so far, this May in no man's land. D.Va, not sure if they're long for this world. They might be able to fly out of harm's way, but someone's going to touch the payload really, really soon.
Oh my god, Stora couldn't even use their ultimate because we had it out from Sassy Jesus. They started up, and that's 3 dead ready for St. Andrews. Make it 5 as Onyx is nowhere to be found. They have no chance of defending this one, and College wins again.
And it was such a good defense from St. Andrews. This was some of the best play I'd seen from them so far, especially on those first few fights. And then they back up. There's nothing you can really do about the Riptire. They saw the Immortality field was just used. They know they're vulnerable. I think the sound barrier had just been used as well. There's really nothing you can do to stop that Riptire unless maybe you're able to break it with turrets, maybe you're just able to focus fire right down. But backing off the objective, you can't do that when there's so little time on that first point. You've already killed off a good amount, but you could kill off some more. You could give at least more time for the team to re-engage later after the last person falls. It's a 5v6, but you saw there's only like 2-3 people that were left instead of, 2 more potential members there. So they try to disengage the run rate from the Riptire, and because of that, they give up the positioning, they give up the time that they could have been able to take off the clock, and they're just able to rocket the rest of the way in on the side of Co. And then now they're one map away from moving on to the playoffs.
College is doing fantastic in this series. It was a back and forth rivalry. I mean, it seems that have certainly learned from those scrims over the season, learned from those VODs that they've had, and are finding the best solutions here. And you were talking about how that was an old composition that you found back in the day. Well, this is a retrofit, and I think they're doing just fine with it, Jag.
Yeah, it's a throwback, and it is working out tremendously. And also, as I said at the beginning of the broadcast, they love Assault. I think that's their bread and butter. Despite saying that they're not a fan of the game mode, they just know that they are very good at it. What are we going next to, Los? It's going to be Assault. So I mean, everything is in their corner right now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And they've just had such strong capabilities in their attacks. Like, it was not a very, well, let's not say it wasn't a very long, it was a very long first engagement for that close hold, but it did not take much for them to find success. I mean, they did lose a player in the beginning. They lost out on Knife Voltage in the beginning, but once they kind of just split the fight up, once they forced out a lot of different utility and different ultimates coming out from St. Andrews in that hold, it didn't find the value they were looking for, and it allowed them just to burst out without a lot of time killed.
I think also you got to think about the priority target in that composition. It's the main tank, because they were not running double shield on the side of St. Andrews for that defense. They were running a Rhine Diva. So once they got the Reinhardt, everyone else is super vulnerable. And I think that's why the photon barrier came out. They tried to build some space, but they split it in half instead of just, putting up a barrier kind of in between them. And it's like, well, do you play this side? Do you play that side? Then you've got a Riptire coming at you. So it was so well played. And then it just fell apart, unfortunately. I think there's a lot of things you can say about just kind of knowing that once they get the Rhine and knowing they have the closer spawn, that they can just kind of take their advantage there, take the point, and then play for picks after that. Last map has been decided. It is going to be, or not last map, potential last map, excuse me. I want to give some hope to St. Andrews. Yeah, it's not over till it's over. And who knows, this could be the start of a beautiful reverse sweep turnaround. They're going to pick Anubis, and again, I feel like this gives a lot of potential for Co to continue to run that double shield comp, especially on defense, holding that usual kind of high ground that we see from defenders. They can just spam away.
So it has to start off with Sora getting into this engagement first. We've seen them on the Winston. If they have the support to dive onto that double shield, disrupt the hold, have some support, maybe have a Reaper as we've often see from these previous maps, just get the support in, get those shields destroyed. This might be a possibility. Maybe Merxa could bring out the Junkrat as well, just to send out a ton of spam, get into an off angle, disrupt their positioning. I think it's all about just to start things off here for St. Andrews.
I'd love to see the Echo again, honestly. I think the way you run this is less of a shadow dive and more of a traditional dive if you do try to dive onto the double shield. Winston, Diva, you throw them in there more as a distraction. You have the Echo come over the top, sticky bomb, focusing beam, especially targeting the supports. You gotta remember, no Baptiste means no saving grace. As a Moira, you can maybe fade away for a little bit, but in general, not the best mobility in the world. So if you're able to get her down with the sticky bombs and the focusing beam, that's mostly healing for Co College, and that sustain kind of falls apart. So that's kind of the target if you are going to be on the attack. But as you are on defense, the Junkrat will be the way to go for Merxa. And I love Junkrat picks here because this choke point, it's so hard to get through. It's going to be a little bit easier for Co College with that double shield. They can probably just throw out the Arista shield and just kind of rotate through left or right around that. But if they go into a small corridor, Merxa could just frag out just by throwing in a few nades.
Oh yeah, and if they push up with the shields, it's no problem, especially if they move over to the right. I'm assuming they're going to put up a wall on one of those chokes just to allow easy access into that side room. But we'll see what happens. Oh, it's actually a forward wall so they can get to the high ground or underneath. They're launched up a little bit, so the positioning is kind of awkward. Both shields are put into play, but once they make it onto the objective itself, the Orisa barrier has no effect. She's shooting from the off angle. The wall goes in again, and already there's one tick. Make it two. Potentially three, as there's no resistance from St. Andrews. They haven't even made it. Finally, they'll contest on the objective, but the second they do, they lose out on the immortality field, and Sassy Jesus is swinging for the fences as they're able to lock this one down.
It's a double Riptire, but the point is capped. 6 minutes on the clock, and I'm not sure what booped them up. I think it might have been a Junkrat mine. It actually helped them just speed on to the point. They just said, all right, who needs to go up the high ground? We can just speed under the archway and take the objective. I said it before. The double shield of Orisa Sigma, it likes to play at range, which is it's disadvantageous here when Co College take the point and they can just swing with the Reinhardt. Very unfortunate situation there. Very unfortunate circumstances. And St. Andrews using that tire, they've lost their best defensive weapon.
Finally, Plumberman able to get on that top rope. Oh, it starts off with the wall. Now they'll lose the barrier. Maybe it could be a good start here or a finisher with the Earth Shatter. There it is. Guns go down, but it's a sleep dart in response. The Coalescence comes from the backline, and here's a supercharger from Night Voltage. So the damage is absolutely phenomenal. They have no one left to deal with it, but maybe this Gravitic Flux could be a stalling technique, but it will not find the success.
Oh, they do let Merxa get onto the points. They gotta take out this Junkrat really quick. I thought they might wall off that entry. They don't. Merxa has another tire, but they don't live to tell the tale of using it. Deadeye gonna be thrown out. It does not land. And one by one, I think this might be the end here for St. Andrews on this defense.
They're trying to pour in, trying to make that stalling effort, but with such little time left, it's going to be a third tick. It's 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Co College have made easy work in 2 fights. They got 2 objectives.
All right, I got a little pop quiz for you, Los, and it should be pretty easy. I have complete faith in you. How many minutes does a team start per round? Like, you know, regulation.
3?
Oh, it's 4.
4. Oh my god.
All right, maybe it wasn't as easy as I thought it was, but anyway,
Oh, man.
you know, it's the Valorant. I know. It's all the Valorant CS:GO casting. It's all good, but that means, I mean, Co College, they start with 45 seconds more than they began with. That is how dominant that performance was. And I really would love to one day watch a replay of how they got booped up in the air like that. How, like, the May went literally, like, all the way up and then over, and they just landed on the point. And sometimes it's better to be good than lucky. But this time it's better to be lucky than good, because, oh my goodness, that positioning was a gift to Co College. Now they are 4 minutes away on this defensive hold from getting that playoff spot for sure. Moving on. And they didn't make playoffs last semester. That was one thing that I talked to them about. They were just 1 game shy of it, I believe, last semester. They were super, super close. This time, they're right on the doorstep. It's so close to being opened.
I mean, if they're looking to slam shut this regulation season, it has to be a full-on hard defense. We have Joker back again with that Torbjorn, as well as Bomberman, certainly living up to their name here on the Junkrat. It's going to be an easy spam. The main issue is going to be taking down Saltonist, but I think with that turret, it might not be a crazy tale.
The Pharah could be huge, though. There's no hit scan on the side of Co College. The turret really is your biggest adversary. That, and if you get too close to the Moira primary fire, where she can just give you a little bit of that non-targeted damage, doesn't need to aim.
All brain, no aim. That's what you need, and they have removed the turret again, but Stora goes down. That's a loss of one of their barriers, however. In return, Bomberman does lose their life. Here's the resurrection. Sora's back into play. There's a ton of damage being put onto those barriers. A great hook over onto the Reinhardt. Sassy Jesus does go down, and this should be the signal for the Dominoes to fall. Maybe they'll be able to live this one out. Yes, Joker falls as well. This should be it. They're all stuck in this corner, the close corridors. There's nowhere for them to run on the side of Co College.
Now they're just stalling out for time at this rate, and it's not going to be as quick of a take for St. Andrews, but it's going to be a great take nonetheless. That should be the last one to fall, the last domino for this point A defense. Co College, they have the swap hits. Can you see the changes already coming out? Joker going to the Cassidy, and Bomberman going to be going to the Reaper. It's going to be, you know, a short range hit scan, but if the Pharah flies too close to the sun, could be huge. Nerxa has this rip tire again, 3rd time that we've seen so far. Co College, they have nothing to defend against this right now. It's got to be just destroying it straight up. Maybe with the Coalescence, maybe the Supercharger, but that rip tire could just immediately rip through.
Here's that rip tire. It does move Joker, but it could have been a catastrophic play. Now Night Voltage pulled all the way off the point, and that's an easy one. Tonic's coming in with a triple off of that crucial rocket barrage, and that is all of them off the point.
Now it's down to Joker just to get the touch onto the point. Tracer, can they make it? Looks like they will, and everyone has gone to stall on the side of Co.
Oh yeah, the D.Va, the ball, all are coming to play, and maybe this could even be a good start. Three does lose their life, and now it's a Gravitic Flux, tossing up only one. It's the D-Mech over on to Sassy Jesus. Will they be able to live for much longer? No, they have to back off, but they still have that contest. They still have that Tracer running around. Joker might be able to make some work out of this one. Finally, the pieces are falling. It's crumbling down, but the stall will still go on.
The beat has been dropped, but how long can this is Lucio stay alive? Mercs over another tire. Doesn't get the D.Va, but the remake, it's just off the point.
I'm back in the fight.
Oh no.
Score 2.
It's not over till it's over, Los. And, you know, this composition we haven't seen at all from St. Andrews. The Sigma, the Roadhog, the Pharah. They just spam out. They sustain the Roadhog. He's a tanky boy. He can heal himself up. He can one-shot most squishies in the game. The Pharah in the sky just doing Pharah things. Co College, they do make the swaps, but it's just a little bit too late. The alt bank that St. Andrews built up was too much. And this is exactly why I think most people want Assault gone. It's not necessarily that it's a bad game mode. In fact, I actually like some of these maps quite a bit. it's the snowball potential. It's so quick. If you're able to run through that first point, you just have way too many tools to work with that really can stop, or for the defender to stop any sort of a push that comes in from the attacker. Sure, defender spawn is very close by, but if you're a disciplined team, you'll use only like 2 ults for entry, then you'll have like 2 or 3 left to go once the recontest comes out. And St. Andrews, just great coordination, especially that barrage. It was like 3 right off the bat from Tonix. I want to see more of that, and luckily Tonix will be sticking on the Pharah.
Certainly a game changer in that moment, but you know, you wouldn't think it. Not many people would expect the Hog to come in and find the great hook that actually won them the round or got them into the beginning position. That hook onto Voltage was critical for their success. Losing out on a barrier, followed it up with the defense of that lack of defense on the Rocket Barrage. Easily got him in there. Now we're back on trying to get some shots over onto that initial setup, but things aren't going as easily as they would like, as 2 are already down, courtesy of Joker.
It's a low healing combo that's coming out from Co College. They have the Mercy to pocket the Ashe, but Ashe does so much damage. Damage boosted Ashe just absolutely frags out. Extra damage as well on the Dynamite, which is AoE burn damage over time. Very easy to build up a Bob. There it is. Torbjorn turret. This is basically just, we're gonna force your Pharah to make like uncomfortable decisions with their positioning, and then we're just gonna focus them down. That is exactly what this comp says, and they force out the res as well very early on.
Yeah, the second that they make it into that side room, coupled with a Dynamite, we should be seeing Joker come through with the Bob very soon as well. You can also see Bomberman. They're going to be ready with that Molten Core. If they can drop it before they leave, they exit from that room, that would be critical, but they have to back off. They have to save their life. This is a similar position that we saw previously, where they forced themselves into the door, but here's Bob to try and break them out. It's jailbreak, and now it's also a Molten Core to get them out, but Tonix already removed 2. The heals are gone. It's all raw. It's all damage. If they can win it out, this has to be 2 damage. But now, it's really only up to Mercy here. With the heal, maybe they can get it done, and actually they do. Jesus is back though.
And the Ryan, you gotta swing at this point, but you do have the Mercy pocket. Lucio there, maybe a little bit too late. The cavalry is coming through. This is the danger of running a Lucio Mercy comp. It's so low heals. The Mercy, 1 person at a time. Lucio does have AoE, but it's so little compared to most AoE characters. Voltage gonna try to touch at the last moment, but this might just be in vain.
Oh my. What a troll from Voltage. Just enough to force him into that OT. Waste some time. Maybe it gives Kokology the time to get in their perfect position, but I actually love that move.
I mean, I think the fact that it triggers overtime is a huge thing. The other thing to know is that you get the auto respawn on 2 CP now as a defender, so Voltage does give up some ult charge, but they know they'll be back right in time for the fight.
Has to come through with this Rocket Barrage if they're allowed to get it. Here's Merxa with the Riptire. It finds 3! Oh, this is a finish for the ages. Just throw everything you got. A resurrection over onto Bomberman, but what is this going to bring you in turn? Merxa does die, but there's a res on their own, so this is just a net 0 loss here for St. Andrews. They are making all profit, but Tonix is taking some serious shots from the side. They do have that pocket, so they will stay alive. The re-aggression is coming through. Earth Shatter and Assassin Jesus, but now they're thrown to a Gravitic Flux, and they will lose a 9th. Both the healers are down, so maybe Voltage might be able to lock things down with the hull. However, that won't be the case. The contest is still rocking on.
Oh, Tonix is so weak. Yeah, I don't think...
Bomberman?
Oh, they get the Mercy. That's huge. But Tonix blows themselves up.
Oh, no!
What did we... I don't know. I really don't know. That was incredible recontest from Co. The fact they're able to stop the full double cap, absolutely incredible. And I think a big part of it is because they use the Riptire and the Barrage at the exact same time. It really comes down to, again, like, if you're going to go for that snowball, you got to use one and then the other one after. If they had saved that Barrage for that engagement, could have been huge. For the recontest instead, not going to be on the board when they need it most. That's just so unfortunate. Pharah does, she does take her own explosive damage. Junkrat's the only character in the game where it doesn't hurt him to, be in his own grenades or mines. Pharah, if the rocket is off a wall, it blows herself up. That's a big part of the reason why Divas, when they see a barrage, will just fly up into the Pharah and actually not have their matrix up because they will sustain enough long enough through the barrage, but the Pharah will be blown up immediately because she's so squishy. Oh my goodness, Lois. I can't believe that's how that attacking side ended. Now Co-College, we know the win condition. First point, 71.8% on second point to bring this one home. There's no draw condition. St. Andrews, either they win, they're able to hold on to this and force them at 4, or Co-College is moving on to the playoffs in Open Division.
Now this won't be Temple of Draw Nubis. This will be a series decider. St. Andrews, they have to pull out all the stops to make this a hard stop against Co. So, I mean, they've been able to do it before, but they just have to ensure that mine does not push them right onto the objective. It's a bit of a careful placement they have to deal with.
Yep, and they're going to basically do the exact same thing, but, you know, knowing what's going to happen, they put the trap there, stop the rotation. Don't want to bounce them up like they did last time. I think that's the big thing. Like, rule number 1, do not bounce them over the point. And already, St. Andrews are actually going to give up that high ground and try to just play onto the point. I do like that, but they lose their mercy immediately.
Well, now blocked off. Mercs still has an opportunity to get some shots in. Tonics going for the back line. Sends out that displacement, but they will have to back off. They do get Sassy Jesus out of play. Here's a Riptire, it takes down 2, and that should be an easy finish here for St. Andrews, but the Resurrection comes back to play. Night Voltage is back in to fight, and they also just lost Kroko at the same time, so if they're able to remove Sora, remove all of the tanks, remove all of the barriers, that should be the win.
I think no matter what happens here, you got to talk about Merxa on the Junkrat. I always told Merxa goes this character when they're angry, and I can see maybe why, because these Riptire charge rates have been absolutely insane. Fortunately, doesn't have one to go right now, but Tonix does have the barrage if they want to try to contest this.
That would be an insane attempt as they have such little health, and no, they will save it for that next defense. We've seen the barrage and how they can stop attacks from Co in the past. They got very destroyed last time they went through the side, so they have to click.
Yeah, they only have time really for one more engagement if Co loses this one out.
Setting in shots. Here's the rock barrage. That's 3. That's 4 from Soutonics. And that's a great defense from St. Andrews.
It is, and you only have to use one ultimate to get it done. Rez comes up. Maybe didn't need to be used there considering the respawn in the fight was won, but regardless, it's used. Co-College, I think the way they played that was also really smart. It was lost. I'm not sure if they were expecting the barrage that quick and to be that devastating, but they keep the supercharger, which they didn't have until now, but, you know, they didn't stand around and use it. Joker has the freeze with the May, so the Blizzard could be enormous. Death Blossom there, but they lose their Lucio. They have to get the res. They do, but they're so low. Oh my goodness, they're just getting completely bombarded.
There's no response that they can bring to this table. It's free real estate for Tonix, and they're halfway back to the barrage. So it wouldn't be surprising by the end of the next fight, which they need to get a move on, they'll have it back.
Yeah, this is why Super Baptiste would be great here. Instead of the Lucio, on defense especially, but I think they're just going to wall it off and try to run in, but that Pharah is still going to be behind them.
Deal with that, and yeah, what's the plan here? They're going to be destroyed from the back line. They start things off with the Death Blossom out of Bomberman. Doesn't even matter. The Rocket Barrage flash through, but Onyx is frozen from the Blizzard, and they die to that. Maybe this can be a recovery here from Co, but there's only the healers left. It's all done.
It's not.
Or maybe not. Or maybe not.
And it's done here, at least on this map. It's set in stone. This will not be 3 Overwatch here today. St. Andrews, they pull out the funny, they pull out the Pharah, and they pull out a win on Co-College's best map type. We're going to map 4, Los. We're going to be going to hybrid. Could the reverse sweep be in the cards? If we continue to see Pharah play, and especially Junkrat play like this, I mean, I said, like, Tonix and Merxa, they have to step up. They have to be able to duel Joker. They're just going in and just destroying Co in this clip. Like, wow.
I think we can talk about how there was a great lack of versatility coming from Co-College. They enjoyed their composition, and they didn't want to stray from it. And that found to be a big issue because they had no answer for the farm. They had no way to deal with that. Their one response was just send the Maywall up to the top and we'll deal with it later. And they certainly didn't deal with it. And that's why St. Andrews was able to come out with their first victory in that final fight.
Yeah, and I don't dislike that play, except for the fact that Barrage was there. I think if Barrage wasn't there, that play works, especially if you use the sound barrier a little bit later. They tried to use the sound barrier to sustain through, you know, the general poke that the Pharah was bringing out. If they had used it, after they engaged, after the blizzard came out, then that could have been a huge way to counter the barrage. They had to do that in the previous fight, but because they lost so many members just rotating into the archway, not even to the point, just, you saw that Tonix is able just to keep like dunking on them with the rockets, the primary fire. If they had used the wall there and then they'd run onto the point and use all their ults, that would have worked out perfectly. But because the barrage is there, because they weren't looking for it, you can try to take that 4v6 engagement as long as the barrage isn't there. You had the results there, just absolute obliteration. We saw so many barrages, and I think all of them got at the very least 3K, sometimes 4 to 5.
Yeah, certainly was an explosive map 3 there on Temple of Anubis. So St. Andrews, they finally have one map to their name, and we'll see if they can continue this streak and maybe bring out that tasty reverse sweep after we take a quick break before we head to map 4. Flying through the sky, they use the duplication for the Reinhardt. Almost get knocked into the pit. Here comes the charge. They'll send the other Reinhardt right through the walls. As Jesus does go down with Earth Shatter, and it follows up with Tonix Death Blossom. The Deadeye on the Cassidy, looking for the space and remove Fozzy. She goes down. Now Juggler will pay with their life as they get gritty. Don't have help with the rest of the squad. Sora activating the Primal Rage, jumping into the back line. They have the assistance from Fujon. Ultimate keeping them safe and healthy, and all those ultimates expended. There's 5 dead to go.
Save it for a rainy day, but that rainy day, it's coming soon if they don't use it.
Start things off, the Sora jumps in. That will be maybe some damage here from Merc's side. They jump in as the Reaper, but they don't get enough ult charge yet. They're trying to break through that shield line and can't fortunately make it, but somehow South Tonix comes in for the support. Sora does manage to get back into the play. That is very crazy. And we're throwing themselves onto the point will include a ton of damage. They will be the first one to fall. However, there is a trade out. They're losing on Nyan. She goes down. And so is Fozzy. Lots of the kills aren't going their way. It's 2 dead. Both the heals are out for St. Andrews.
Their Shatter comes through, just I think as the end. Self-destruct's used as well. Death Blossom, but no, it's going to be shut down. While there might be a Stomper on the point, it does not look like it's going to be flipped. St. Andrews, I think they've lost this fight.
Only one player, Bomberdan, goes down in exchange for both of the tanks for St. Andrews.
Tonix has to do something. Counter Coalescence comes out. I think this is going to be the end, but no, the EMP! It's not soon enough. It shuts down the Coalescence, but the team play from Co, it's still there. College, they will be able to force.
Doesn't find anything, and now we have the Earth Shatter from Sora. I don't know if it found the value, and here comes the Death Blossom from Bomberman, and that is one down, denying any extra availability from the Deadeye. But I mean, now we have a full-on team wipe here for St. Andrews.
College, they do take this first map. The point, they do get it. Overtime will be triggered, but they just have so much there to go against with. How
are they dealing with the Death Blossom as well as the Blizzard? This is just an unleashment of ultimates, and it's going to work out. Tonix, the last one alive. They have to zip around for another, 15 seconds before help arrives, and it's not going to be possible.
I'm so sorry, Lilikuz, on that. You had to deal with that.
There's the sound barrier to continue this fight.
Photon barrier is there, but it won't counter the Riptire if they decide to use it. This is what I was talking about. You can't back up in this comp, but they are, and that's giving them so much space.
Oh my god, Joker with the 3K!
Hey, but someone's gonna touch the payload really, really soon.
Oh my god, Sora couldn't even use their ultimate because we had it out for Sassy Jesus. They started up, and that's 3 dead ready for St. Andrews. Make it 5 as Tonix is nowhere to be found. They have no chance of defending this one. And the wall goes in again, and already there's 1 tick. Make it 2. Potentially 3 as there's no resistance from St. Andrews. They have to made it finally look contest on the objective. The second thing they lose out on the immortality field, and Sassy Jesus is swinging for the fences as they're able to lock this one down.
It's a double Riptire, but the point is capped. 6 minutes on this Junkrat really quick. I thought they might wall off that entry. They don't. Mercs has another tire, but they don't live to tell the tale of using it. Deadeye gonna be thrown out. Does not land, and 1 by 1, I think this might be the end here for St. Andrews on this defense.
Trying to pour in, trying to make that stalling effort, but with such little time left, it's going to be a 3rd tick. It's 4th.
But that Riptire could just immediately
Here's that Riptire, it does move Joker, but it could have been a catastrophic play. Now Night Voltage pulled all the way off the point, and that's an easy one. Tonic's coming in with the triple off of that cruise. Falling, it's rumbling down. The stall will still go on.
The beat has been dropped, but how long can this Lucio stay alive? Mercs over another tire. Doesn't get the Diva, but the remake, it's just off the point.
Garage, if they're allowed to get it. Here's Merxa with the Riptire. It finds 3. Oh, this is a finish for the ages. Just throw everything you got. A resurrection.
Onyx is so weak. Yeah, I don't think I'm a man. Oh, they get the Mercy. That's huge. But Onyx blows himself up.
Oh no!
What did we? I like that. They lose their Mercy immediately.
Now blocked off. Merxa still has an opportunity to get some shots in. Tonic's going for the back line. Sends out that displacement, but they will have to back off. They do get Sassy Jesus out of play. Here's a Riptire. It takes down.
It does have the barrage. They want to try to contest this.
That would be an insane attempt as they have such little health, and no, they will save it for that next event. Barrage and how they can stop attacks from Co in the past. They got very destroyed last time they went inside.
Yeah. Really has time really for one more engagement if Bo loses this one out.
Sending in shots here. The Rock Barrage is 3. That's 4 from South Cohen. Onyx is frozen from the blizzard. And aside of that, maybe this can be a recovery here from Co, but there's only the healer left. It's all done.
It's not.
Or maybe not. Or maybe not.
It's done here, at least on this map. It's set in stone. This will not be 3 Overwatch here today.
Welcome back to ECAC Week 8 of Overwatch. We're still in the middle of this series, about to head to a map 4 on Kings Row. It's between Co College and St. Andrews University. Co initially up quite nicely, 2-0, looking to take it all the way to game 3, but not the case. We're still going to a map 4. St. Andrews is not done yet. If you forgot, I'm Los, joined by Jag. And Jag, what are we thinking about map 4?
You know, I think that we got to see some more unique compositions come out from Co. They've basically been running the double shield Orisa Reinhardt comp at the exact same time, mixed in with like one change on main support or main healer, I would say, which has been either the Moira or the Mercy, and then some DPS swaps up here and there. Beyond that, it's just been the same tank line the entire time. And while it took a while for St. Andrews to realize, like, how do we counter this? But they figured it out. Run the Pharah, because oh my goodness, did it look so good on the Nubis. Gonna be a little bit more tricky here on Kings Row, or Scrims Row as everyone likes to call it. Also, one thing that Co told me before is that this actually is their favorite map. They said that Assault was their best map type, which they did end up losing. So, you know, maybe that is a curse. Maybe your favorite, your best is not going to be going your way. And for St. Andrews, they have to take this one because they are on match deficit point right now. Co, they win this. They move on to the playoffs. They get to 4-4, which is the standard of what you have to make to qualify. But for St. Andrews, we talked about it earlier at the beginning of the broadcast. They cannot qualify, but they want to not only win over, you know, a rival that they scrim quite a bit. This is the same score, or would be the same record they'd have as last semester if they won here at 3-5. So it's kind of like, hey, you know, maybe we didn't do as better than last season, but at least we could get to the same spot and then work on it from there. So there's a lot on the line here for St. Andrews, even if they cannot qualify for playoffs. A lot of it being about team pride and just continuing to improve as a program.
Pride is a very important thing for a gamer, Jag, and we all know that. But I also think, well, Assault's their favorite game mode. Kings Row is their favorite map. If they lose this one, I'd imagine they say, oh, no, Jag, actually, Control is our favorite.
Maybe that isn't the thing to say, though, after you've lost your 2 favorites previously. You say, oh, we hate Control. We already won one, but we hate it. It's our least favorite thing. They would get map pick at least, so that would be the one thing they'd have going in their favor if they do end up losing Kings Row. At least off the bat, it looks like Co College will be running a lot of the same. The Ryan Orisa. Widowmaker could be on the table for a little bit with these sight lines. St. Andrews, like, it's really hard to run the Pharah here on defense, but on attack, I think it's a very underrated decision. It does kind of force you into a 4v6. I talked about it a little bit on Anubis, how you might be at a disadvantage because you have the pharmacy in the sky. If Photonics played it, I really hope they run the far when they get to attacking rounds.
And Joker has made the change over to the Cassidy, so that is a bit of variance in terms of their DPS, but we've seen it before. Still the same tank line from Ko. They like what they like. A little bit of off shots from Merxel on the sidelines. They will have to sacrifice a barrier for that. Joker taking a lot of damage, but they have the heals to keep him in play. They're stuck behind this statue, and maybe this will be a good opportunity for them to fight, but they have no gap closes in the market.
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised they don't run the May, and oh my goodness,
Okay.
Merx, goodbye support line. And there's a third one. I think this fight's over, so I'm just going to keep going. Usually you run the May with this comp over either the Cassidy or the Reaper, usually choose one or the other, because then you can close it and wall up in front of the Orisa or whoever the shield tank is. That gives you separation, you're able to rotate around them, or maybe you just wall off someone in front of it and then you collapse. Even though they have those double shields, I think Merx has realized, like, you know, I can just find these off angles and just continue to spam, and it's working. Merx and Tonics have completely turned around this series for their team.
Okay, so maybe there might be a bit of a change. They do have the gap closer. They have Joker on the Doomfist. They can get to the back line, disrupt some things, create a bit of chaos, knock some players around. It should be the perfect entry. Here's Joker on the back line. Doesn't get the kill, but they do disrupt the support. They're all stuck in this corner. Who's there to damage the front line? But now it will be a Dragon Strike coming out from Donix, but doesn't find what they're looking for because you got Bazzi and Merxa doing the damage of Merxa with a double Riptire. This should be an over fight, but at least one tick is going the way of the objective. Oh!
I really don't think Merxa likes the support line, because it is now twice they have, you know, simultaneously eliminated them. So unluckily for Alliance and Creed. That Riptire is a saving grace. It does give up almost 2 ticks. They're able to battle back. And there, I think you see that Sassy, Night Voltage, not on the same kind of, I guess, wavelength, because they are looking 2 different directions. Sassy trying to avoid Merxa, but there was still a Mercy and a Hanzo right behind them.
Joker's in play with the Doomfist again. They aren't able to get an assassination, but here comes the Earth Shatter, and that is a great follow-up. They do pop the sound barrier as well. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink into this fight.
Yeah, everything except the supercharger. So at least they have that. They will have DPS ultimates also to work with here, so not the most costly engagement. Not sure if the Coalescence was super needed on top of that, but regardless, it's a very fast charging ultimate. Actually, no, the sound barrier is what I'm thinking of. Coalescence you can use basically anytime you get it, because it charges so quickly. Sound barrier, we have seen Creed can charge it pretty quickly, but it is very costly still, so that might be something they want back, especially considering that Merc's very close to another Riptire. St. Andrews, they lose that fight, but they get positioning. I would have loved to see them play a little bit closer. I feel like they give up more space than they need to. They will eventually, it looks like, play a little bit farther from Bookstore. Instead, they're playing Tavern. They could have probably played at the first archway, but they have everything to use, and that's going to be the Dragon Strike first.
Oh, great pick over on screen and allows Kroko to find some more. However, when you get confident like that, oh my god. There wasn't even a chance for Joker to find the value off of that one. Resurrection here for Tonics, and they're out for blood. May be able to finish it off if they get a nicely placed headshot, but Alliance's run away.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm smooth brain. I think the plan there is, you know, they're going to try to get them into a closer corridor so they can use that Dragon Strike. It does give up map objective space, but if you feel confident in your attack to get it done, just go for the big team white play there. Now, Ursa going to be sitting up for another Riptire.
Ooh, that could be a great start, now followed up with a Meteor Strike. They don't have Kuzan, they lost both of their supports, followed up, but now it's a triple kill with that Riptire. It's huge, and it's all up to Voltage to somehow stall the point out, but they're done.
They need the Baptiste. Baptiste Immortality Field, instant counter to the Riptire as long as you can time it right, as long as it's not destroyed before the tire lands. The Moira Coalescence, it's been a great engagement to when Merx is just farming up these Riptires way faster than you can get a sound barrier, as much as Creed is trying their best. And it's going to be another hold here on defense. The board ultimates are good to go. Could be a battle of the Superchargers. Actually, wait a second. It's going to be a battle of Supercharger versus Ant Matrix. That's what I meant to say.
Who's got the better boost? It starts here with a halt, brings in quite a few players, but that grass stops anything from happening, along with the Death Blossom. They lose out on Bazzi, no Immortality Field to be heard of. However, the Dragon Strike is coming right back. Code College is facing the wrath of Merxa, as Merxa shows no mercy.
Yeah, Mersa is angry, and they are going on a rampage. That's a 20-player kill streak. Hold up. Hold the phone. I see that sometimes, like in comp games and in quick play. I was gonna say unrated there for a second. In a competitive match like this, that is absolutely unheard of. That has to be a flooded deadlift. There has to be some sort of stat we can look up later for that. But they are absolutely just shutting the door on Coe College's dream of making that playoffs, at least here on this map. A minute left. That spawn is not very advantageous for the attackers. They do have the supercharge, but they do have the coalescence. I feel like this Doomfist has to be swapped up. It got some momentum on that first point, but on this Streets phase, not nearly as impactful.
Good teleport. They have to just close the gap. The halt forces them away. Bomberman needs to get to the alt angle. There's the amplification matrix from the back line. It's an easy shot for Tonics. They don't have to worry about it. Another Riptire will break through that shield, and there goes the back line. It's all up to really nobody. Sassy Jesus all alone in this world. They have nothing to show for it. No support, no help, and maybe there could be some help with Bomberman, but they're way too far off.
I feel like we're seeing a trend here where Knifel just doesn't use the supercharger. Before on Ilios didn't cost them too badly, but what is this, 3-4 fights that they've had it in their back pocket, still haven't used it? Maybe trying to find that opening where they already have a pick and then they commit it? Just use it at the beginning of a fight. It could be a difference maker. But now you're walking into a supercharge on the other side, a Gravitic Flux, a Dragon Strike. I think this might be too much for Coe College to overcome.
They first off have to get to the objective. The Dragon Strike will make that even more difficult. It's a 3-kill with that one. And they clean up the rest. Coe College doesn't have a hope in hell of pushing into the second objective.
That's 25 elims when all is said and done for Merc. So a team kill rings out as well as that round comes to a merciful close. This St. Andrews squad, they have woken up. They have found their footing. And it's not meta. There even is a meta right now. There's not really pro play to determine that. But they are playing their comfort picks, and they are making them work beautifully. Coe College, they still could clutch up. They still could punch that playoff ticket if their defense is good. They have to figure out a way to counter this Riptire that continues to just destroy them. I think, like I said before, it's usually for the, I think it was for Tonics on the Barrage before it was like 3 or more. It's always getting at least 2. I think mostly 3 or 4 the Riptire has been being able to find here and there. And Coe College, they just have not played the Baptiste at all. We've seen that St. Andrews, they have been actually putting Vazzy on the Baptiste for a while. Haven't seen it yet from Coe College, and I think if they made that one swap, that one change, it would be so much better for them. It would make their win conditions so much easier. Just, you know, survive the Riptire and then play after that. They just can't live through that ultimate because the down barrier is not going to be there when they need it. It's just so expensive to build up.
Why are they so reluctant to make this change? I wonder, where's the inflexibility coming from? We
All
do
right.
have Sassy Jesus, Joker, and Bomberman. They've made some changes. We've seen them on different heroes, but why not the support line?
So I really want to quickly go into my experience with working with Overwatch League teams. Junkbuck talked about this one time when I was with the Houston Outlaws, and essentially the idea is we'd rather play something that we've practiced into the ground than try something new. And that might sound crazy with, you know, just one change, but when if you've been playing this Moira Lucio comp for, you know, months, practicing only that, you just might not be able to play the Baptiste in the same way. So you're just going to keep running it until it doesn't work anymore. But right now, it's not working.
No, certainly not. They've lost out on the turret, but still have some barriers to keep them safe. Hit scan will cause a bit of problems for Tonics as they jump into the air. Croco has to force to take a fat rip of the vape. But on this off angle, they walk through the hotel for free, but finally they will be punished. That's the first death, and the second one goes in. Both things are dead. None of the players are in the range of that immortality field, and they have to back off.
Tonics, do they get out? They looks like they barely, no they do not. So they get the turret, but they do not get the last laugh. And I said Pharah can work out really well here on attack, but Coe College, they know what to expect here. They're not going to go for the damage boost. Instead, they're going to go for the tank heal, so a little bit less damage with the Ashe, but more sustainability for the tanks. That's a sacrifice that's worth making, especially if you're not going to run the Baptiste. And the Torbjorn turret, again, just being that deterrent, really forcing the Pharah in a position they don't want to be in. This could be the defense that sets them up for the map win.
Barriers are starting to break. There's the kinetic grasp that will lead the charge there with Soren. Now they have that forward barrier. Now it's a little bit of space taken here by St. Andrews, but they've lost out on Tonics already. The damage has been cut in half. The resurrection committed. Lil Kuzan will put that in play. Now Tonics is back in the game, and all alone, they're using kinetic grasp to try and keep themselves alive with Sassy Jesus. They're feeling their health draining. The heals are halved. Here's the Riptire. It kills Green. They have nothing left. They have to just throw their bodies on. But watch out for Tonics. The barrage is here.
Yeah, Tonics doesn't even have to use it, it looks like. That's Bob and Gravitic Flux thrown out in a lost engagement. Coalescence as well. That's a lot of ultimates used. When only 2 minutes off the clock, half the time is gone for St. Andrews, but they have so much to work with. All they use is the Valkyrie and the Riptire, with Mercer getting these Riptires every few minutes. Basically every 30 seconds is really what I should be saying. No worries there. This is where Co College really has to have a stronghold here in the archway. They cannot let themselves get pushed back too far.
We have Croco all alone. I mean, they do have the support there from Merxa, but Merxa's just about at death's door, and the orb actually takes them out. Unfortunate indeed. They will have to take that victory, that minor one, and as it is, find some more. Co College has them in a corner. They have to be able to win this fight out. Maybe Tonics goes down, and they just can't get the shots in.
Oh, Critic Flux gonna be used. Everyone's weak, but no one falls. Supercharger, it's gonna be the Molten Core that takes down the Mercy. That's huge. That's gonna force St. Andrews to back off. They don't lose anyone else. That's the key thing. So no more alt charge going the way of Co College. Time still there for them. The barrage as well, still on the field. It's gonna be much harder for Tonics to find an angle. I think that's the big thing. Like, they have to go up and around. Like, I'd love to see them go all the way behind. They might be able to find out this Moira.
Oh. The Supercharger could be at the ready, but they have to back off. First one going down is a 9. She's losing her life, and now they've lost Jesus as well. Voltage might be the last bastion. Both tanks are down, and their heals are almost gone. They have to back off, but the golden box of victory is so close.
Talked about it before, you gotta die on the card if you're a defender there. They back off in a lost fight. They give up free room. They give up free space. This might be just walked in by St. Andrews. It's a Torbjorn in a dream. I'm not sure if anyone else touches the barrage. Will be their Joker, actually. Oh, doesn't land on the carpet, does get the Mercy.
Lil Kuzan goes down. They destroy the Immortality Field. They might have enough space to be taken, but Tonics, they're getting caught. Maybe the bomb will be enough to save the day, but here's the Rocket Barrage. They will find at least one, but the fight isn't over just yet. Nightfall just has to touch the objective. Get on there. Merxa sends in the Riptire, but now it's a last-ditch effort with Bomberman on the Tracer. Joker has to jump back in, but is there even enough time?
Coalescence gonna keep Preet alive. Supports will stand for a little bit longer, but the Coalescence, they're all the way behind. They're in the back line. The Doomfist comes out, so does the Gravitic Flux, and that might be the end of all things. Both of them gonna fall, all three. And now it's just a Wrecking Ball trying to solo out. The Gravitic Flux comes in. Can they do this, Los?
I mean, maybe it starts off with Merxa losing their life, and if they can push back through, it's a resurrection for Merxa. Mabazi's out, and so are the remaining defenders on that one. It's over. It seemed like a flash of hope, but St. Andrews does it again. We're heading to map 5, Jag. The reverse sweep dream is still real.
It is real, and it is thriving. That playoff hope that Co had, it was so much in their reach before Anubis. They had a great attack on Anubis, too, and ever since the attack that came out after from St. Andrews, it seems like they've just been able to find their confidence, they've been able to find their play style, and Merxa and Tonics, they just continue to just, I don't even know the word, I'm trying to think of like another word for dominant. You know, my thesaurus is not readily available, but they're just doing the things they need to do as DPS. They are finding eliminations everywhere across the map, and I think most importantly, they're staying alive in situations where it's a little bit trickier to do, especially with Mercy. You know, parking the far. So if you're Merxa, you're kind of just running around hoping that your Baptiste is able to find you. They're just able to find those Riptires so quickly, build up that alt charge. And it's a fight winner every time.
Yeah, I think in that last play of the game, Merxa dropped the Riptire the second they were about to use the Gravitic Flux, so there was nothing being thrown up into the air. But hey, they got the team kill, they got what they needed, they got the defense, and ended up winning the round. So there just needs to be some changes, Jag. There needs to be adjustments to that support line because there was nothing there to save them. Maybe it would be the sound barrier used in perfect timing to counteract that Riptire in the last moment, but that is not enough because it's so slow to charge up in comparison to that Immortality Field cooldown.
Absolutely. And also, like, I think you kind of nailed it on the head. Both of them are important with timing, but with Baptiste, Mortality Field, you can throw it out a little bit early. It still lasts for about 8 seconds. Sound Barrier, it decays very quickly over time. So you really have to hit it, like, right as that tire is about to explode, like milliseconds before it goes off. Or that Sound Barrier, maybe the Rip Tire just outweights it, There's just so many ways that it can go down. Rip Tire thing is about 10 seconds that it lasts. So if you're counting that in your head as Baptiste, you're like, all right, 1, 2, 3, throw it out. And then hope that you've got a shield that's big enough to just keep it alive. You'll usually be okay. And we continue to see the Moira be forced. It's not like the Moira play has been bad. It's actually been very, very good. Great heal orbs, great coalescences. But we're just not giving yourselves the best tools to deal with that Rip Tire if you're playing Moira.
All right, well, let's take a look at the final map of the series. It's Lijiang Tower, picked by Ko. This is their last chance. And I'm saying it's their last chance. It's both teams' last chance, but it feels like Ko, they're on the back foot. They haven't been able to keep up with St. Andrews and how they're playing right now, so they have to just figure out a new composition, because St. Andrews is running this series at the moment.
Yeah, and it's through diverse plays. We did see that the tank line did change a little bit on the side of Ko. They did run the Orisa Sigma for the first time instead of the Orisa Rhine. But, I would like to see a complete change in composition. Like they've said before, I'm pretty sure, that they're comfortable on traditional rush comps, but we have not seen that yet whatsoever. Maybe you try running that here on Control Center, especially on Lijiang Tower can work out well. Maybe a Symmetra Teleporter onto Gardens, and then you run the Ryan Orisa double shield. Like that can work. Just like slight variations of what they're already running to really be able to counteract. But I think, again, like, I know, and I'm so sorry to the viewers at home watching this, like, why do they keep mentioning Baptiste? Like, why is it always about Baptiste? But that really is the biggest thing. It really is. Immortality Field is just a super powerful ability. To this day, I still think it's overpowered because it's a mini Transcendence. Sure, it doesn't heal you, but it's very hard to die when you know you have that in your playing field.
Yeah, it just is so critical to their play, and that is pretty much it. That's pretty much all they need to have that survivability, and I don't want to say that's the only reason they're losing, but it really feels like that, Jag.
It's a big part of it. We'll say that. It's a big part of it. Yeah, it's not the only reason. I think there are just some plays, that St. Andrews have been making that, like, even if you had a Baptiste, like, how do you live through that? Like, some of the barrages especially, like, there's no time in the world that can prepare you to try to throw out the lamp before that, like, wipes your whole squad. But they are going to run at least the Symmetra, so they will be able to teleport onto the point. St. Andrews, I think they're just going to teleport at a spawn and then play more of like a Chaos comp, play more flanky, because they do have that Pharah. Go Calls, they don't have a hit scan really to deal with it again.
Oh, Joker takes a great deal of damage before they jump into the teleporter, but they get the sentries out first, and oh yeah, it's a slaughter of any player who wants to jump out of that thing.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that engagement from St. Andrews. This fight should be one for Co College. You don't have the Lucio speed to speed you out, so you don't get there at the same time. Your comp doesn't really work as well when you're going up against double shield unless you're able to find picks, like you're able to separate them, which you won't when it's double shield. If you're going to play around this far, you have to run like a Tracer or an Echo and a Wrecking Ball, and then you can play the Roadhog, I guess. Maybe a Diva, Zen, Mercy, all these pieces that kind of play at range or in the sky instead of trying to run straight into them. They will just try to, I think, spam out the shield to the far end as well of the Junkrat, which could work, but I do think that Co College here with this point positioning and the Symmetra turrets should have good positioning and a decent advantage as they continue to get that point percentage.
Yeah, it's free real estate, and a great shot or kill from Night Voltage relieves a lot of the pressure from their span. Tonix has that barrage as well, so if they can get back in, it won't be a resurrection put into play. They'll just wait this one out for the next fight.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're seeing St. Andrews do right now. Gotta be careful with those turrets, though. If those turrets get you out during the barrage, you're gonna be incredibly vulnerable.
Eating the damage. At this point, it's a spam fest. Uh-oh! Kroko almost knocked off the map. So they're gonna be okay. Might even result in the kill. Yeah, they've lost one of their off-tanks before the battle even begins. Taking these picks is crucial. It doesn't allow them to fight.
You gotta be careful with your Joker, though. Taking this fight against the far at range, not really in your favor. Barrage is still there. It looks like they're trying to find something. If Joker's able to get a Photon Barrier, it could be huge, and they do, so that completely cuts off what Tonix wants to do. But they can just walk past it. And even though they're found out, the turrets, I don't think will be there. It really shut them down. But they're just losing all their teammates while they try to go for this flank.
Yeah, that's great awareness of a play. Oh, whoa! Nice little double poop, but it doesn't make up for the fact that half your team died in that last engagement.
They have turret though, but not turret. Do they have teleporter to get these players back into the swing of things quickly? I'm not sure if it's up right now, so they might have to take the long way. And St. Andrews already going to use 3 ultimates right away.
Oh, here's the nightmare, but it's destroyed. The one contingency that's always been a problem for them is the Riptire. It doesn't find the success. Merkso wants to get out of there, but you will not escape the wrath here of Co College. They found it back, especially with the crazy Death Blossom. Tonics brought out the barrage, but it does not win it all.
100-0, and St. Andrews, they've had some great exemplary play of how you can swap up your decision making and your team style in the middle of a game and find great results. But that's just not the way you want to play Night Market. If you're not going to play, the head-to-head Symmetra, Lucio rush comp, you got to play around the point there. They kind of were half in, half out with that plan. They tried to run the far around, but everyone else just played main. Very hard to break that hold once Co College has their teeth in it. I think they're basically going to do the exact same thing here. Co College, they're just going to teleport to the point and then pull down to it really, really cautiously. Teenagers, they will be running the Brawl comp instead here, so no Pharah. Still have to deal with those Symmetra turrets. That's going to be one thing that could have really slowed them down on the engagement.
Maybe it's going to be that mirror teleportation matchup, jumping into each other, and St. Andrews, they're so low, they have to pop the Immortality Field, and both of their tanks are about to get taken out, demeched onto Kroko, and they're about to be de-wrecked, but they actually get away.
Well, they do get a few members that don't perish just yet, but Co College, they've got point positioning, they should get this full cap. Kroko does get the mech back, so maybe they try to contest it, but as Tonics falls at the very end of that, they're just going to completely disengage. So again, Co College just a little bit faster that time with the teleport. You do see that Volley's on the Lucio. I think this double shield's going to be really good here for them because the Ryan can just sit back on the Orisa shield and swing and do so much damage. Thor does not have that, ability to do that because the D.Va is not going to protect you nearly as much.
No, oh, it's a huge Earth Shatter. It straight up kills Sora, and that's a free walk through for the rest of Co. Not quite a team kill, but it certainly feels like it.
Yeah, and this is starting to get dangerous. St. Andrews, they had all the momentum going into this map, but Co College, they're sticking to their guns and they are making it work. The Coalescence, a supercharger, pretty close by. St. Andrews, they're going to swap now to the Junkrat. Have an Ant Matrix ready to go. Have a Deadeye as well from the Cassidy. There are win cons here. A Deadeye through the Ant Matrix could be a game changer. Just destroy shields and then the Junkrat fire away. But they're really struggling to even find engages. They're using the Immortality Field so early.
Oh, they have to back off the Coalescence, and now they're actually taking the fight to the rest of the squad, but Merksa gets him in that close angle. That was the big mistake of Photon Berry here to try and save some face. They're hopping back and forth in between it, but the Amplification Matrix makes any damage coming through. Tenfold walking through. Might take a little bit of damage from the sentries, but it will not be enough. However, we got Jesus back in play. Wazzy is out. She's gone. Where's the heals? They can't have any. It might be up to Lil Guzan, but there's no one around. The damage from Joker is just too immense.
Whoa, that is so unfortunate for St. Andrews. They find picks, like 2 big ones. They just can't capitalize quick enough. They can't move on to the point enough. Photon Barrier is still in the way to absorb most of that Deadeye that came out. And now Tonics are going to be swapping to the Pharah as a last-ditch effort. They will be able to trigger overtime. It is now there. Co College, they've got so many cards to work with.
First things first, they have to get into the objective. They lose out on that Riptire. Now it's coming up with the Death Blossom. They already lost both of their tanks. It's only so for Tonics and Kuzan. What do they have to do? It's overtime. There's no way they can win this one out. Going for the resurrection, you will not revive your chances of winning this series. Co College in the end close it out 2-0 on Lijiang.
Coming out of map 2, you were not expecting a map 5. You were seeing a Co College team that was running this double shield, and they were running it very dominantly. I cannot give enough credit to Merksa and Tonics for being a big part of why we even got to this map 5. Unfortunately, the compositions, the play style they tried to play, kind of went against what they went on the previous 2 maps. What they did on Tablet Preview is what they did on King's Row. They weren't able to replicate this here on Lijiang Tower. I don't think they were prepared to try to run the same things you saw. They Well, they tried to run it, but it just doesn't work the same way on a control map where instead of, an objective being one way or the other, it's just running into each other the entire time. It's a neutral objective. So the play style of this double shield works out much better because you can just sit on the point and then wait for them to come to you. And when they do, you can just split them apart, especially if you run the pharmacy with a Roadhog.
Yeah, it was incredibly difficult for St. Andrews to stay as a unit. They wanted to find flanks, and anytime that was a possibility, it just left the rest of the squad open and vulnerable. Like, how many times was Tonix, or how much time was Tonix spending in the back line of the night market, shooting the rockets, not finding any kills, when all of the rest of the teammates were being focused upon and losing their lives? So they were unable to win the way that they were in those previous matchups. So that's how Co finally got it back together to win out on Lijiang.
Yeah, not only that, they have officially locked in a playoff spot. So congratulations to Co. It's a huge feat. They had to go the full distance to do it against a rival that they have scrimmed plenty of times. These two teams probably knew each other, better than anyone else in ECAC, but they still get it done. I do believe we are trying to find an interview of a member. So in the meantime, as we wait for that interview to come through from a teammate on the side of Co, we're going to be taking a quick break, but don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to hear from that winning team member about how excited they are to go on to the playoffs.
They have no gap closing.
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised they don't run the May. And oh my goodness,
Okay.
Mercs, goodbye support line. And there's a third one. I think this fight's over, so I'm just going to keep going.
Joker's in play with the Doomfist again. They aren't able to get an assassination, but here comes the Earth Shatter, and that is a great follow-up. They do pop the sound barrier as well. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink into this fight. That could be a great start. Now followed up with the Meteor Strike. They don't have Kuzan. They lost both of their supports. Followed up, but now it's a triple kill with that Riptire. They lose out on Bozzy. No immortality field to be heard of. However, the Dragon Strike is coming right back. Co College is facing the wrath of Merxa, as Merxa shows no mercy.
Yeah, Merxa is angry, and they are going on a
Easy shot for Tonix. They don't have to worry about it. Another Riptire will break through that shield, and there goes the back line. It's all up to really nobody. Sassy Jesus all alone in this world. They have nothing to show for it. No support, no help, and maybe they're
cause to overcome.
They first off have to get to the objective. The Dragon Strike will make that even more difficult. It's a 3-kill with that one. They clean up the rest. Co College doesn't have a hope in hell of pushing into the second objective.
That's 25 elims when all is said and done for Merxa. A team kill rings out as
they're feeling their health draining. The heals are halved. Here's the Riptire. It kills free. They have nothing left. They have to just throw their bodies on. Watch out for Tonix. The barrage is here.
Tonix doesn't even have to use it, it looks like. That's Bob and Gravitic Flux thrown out in the lost engagement. Coalescence as well. That's a lot of ultimates to use. 3. And now it's just a wrecking ball trying to solo out. The Gravitic Flux comes in. Can they do this, Los?
I mean, maybe it starts off with Merxa losing their life, and if they can push back through the resurrection for Merxa, Bobazzi's out, and so are the remaining defenders on that one. It's over. It seemed like a flash of hope, but St. Andrews doesn't.
All their teammates really try to go for this flank.
Yeah, that's great awareness of a play. Oh. Nice little double move, but it doesn't. It's a nightmare, but it's destroyed. The one contingency that's always been a problem for them is the Riptire. It doesn't find the success. Merxa wants to get out of there, but you will not escape the wrath here of Co College. They found him back, especially with the crazy death loss. Tonix brought out the barrage, but it does not win at all.
Fleur does not have that, ability to do that because the D.Va is not going to protect you nearly as much.
No, oh, it's a huge Earth Shatter. It straight up kills Sora, and that's a free walk through for the rest of Co. Not for the sentries, but it will not be enough. However, we got Jesus back in play. Wazzy is out. She's gone. Where's the heals? They can't have any. It might be up to Lil Guzan, but there's no one around. The damage from the Joker is just too immense. He's out on that Riptire. Now he's coming up with the Death Blossom. They already lost both of their tanks. It's only so for Tonix and Guzan. What do they have to do? It's overtime. There's no way they can win this one out. Going for the resurrection, you will not revive your chances of winning this series. Co College in the end, close it out. And welcome back to ECAC Overwatch Week 8. The final match of the regulation season has concluded, and Co College has come out on top in the final map. And to give us a little bit of information on how they made this incredible journey, we've got Joker. Joker, how are you feeling after winning this very long series, coming out on top, and making it into the playoffs?
I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm going to have a heart attack. Our neighbors are loud at us. We were super loud, but we're super excited. It's our first playoff in Overwatch history for our program, and we just could not be more ecstatic to be in there.
Yeah, a huge congratulations. That was something that we talked about a lot. All you needed was this one game to make it. You have made it. You're going to be there. We'll see what you can do as the playoffs continue to roll on starting in a little bit. But it was close. You did go to that map 5 after a hot start, almost got reverse sweep, but something changed when you got to Lijiang Tower. So I kind of want you to talk me through, how are you guys able to kind of regroup, put those 2 maps aside, and win out very decisively? I think it was 200% to 0 between those 2 rounds on Lijiang Tower to be able to get that win secured.
Yeah, it's tough to prevent that reverse sweep. They have the momentum and they have a lot of the energy behind it too. We have been in many map 5s, so we know it's really just a best of 1 at the end of the day. You have to win that last map, and you have to put everything else behind you, which is really hard to do sometimes. But luckily, we were able to do it. And that sim strat, it's our bread and butter. That sim Reaper, we know it well, and we've been playing it for a long time. So it's our tried and true. We knew as soon as it was last map, we're going to Lijiang, and we're gonna live by the sim and die by the sim. So.
Well, living by the sim and dying by the sim, but you also lived by a specific support comp. It was always the Lucio and Mercy, or always the Lucio and Mora. Why was it such a static support lineup throughout the whole series?
So yeah, I watch a lot of contenders, a lot of semi-pro play, and obviously I think the Bap Lucio is the strongest right now. Our problem is Bap Lucio is really strong when we can hit a lot of shots and stuff like that, but we just think Coalescence is super, super strong in these types of games because you can just kind of rush at the enemy team and they don't really know what to do. They start screaming and running away. So we think that is really our strongest comp, and then the Mercy just adds some extra oomph onto every shot. So that type of thing, we've really been practicing it and drilling it every game. So we think it's our best comp, and we like to stick with it.
All right, well, that sounds good. Do you think that this specific comp, I mean, we haven't seen you change it. It's what you believed that would work this series. Are you going to stick with this strategy going into playoffs?
Obviously, I think it's our best comp. We played a lot. We know it very well. We're not gonna lose because of play mistakes. It's gonna be mechanical skill, or the other team's just better. I think we may try something funny every once in a while. You never know. You might pull up the ball diva brig zen dive just for a little bit of flair. Obviously, it's been done in pro play, and I think we're obviously good enough to replicate pro play. So I think we'll maybe pull that out in playoffs to surprise some teams, stuff like that.
Okay, well, that all sounds good. Now, before we send you off for the playoff celebration, is there anyone you want to give a special shout out to?
Yeah, I really would like to thank Twitch Prime at Co Esports. They really enabled me to pop off tonight, and that's basically how we won. So.
Wow. Okay, well, there you have it. Joker with the Twitch Prime headed in with Co College to their first ever playoffs runs. Congratulations, man, and good luck in the postseason.
Thank you so much.
All right, folks. Well, that is going to do it for us here at ECAC. This is the last broadcast of the night. We're going to be back tomorrow with some more Valorant, so stay tuned. Make sure you're following the channel. Make sure you follow myself and Jag on the mic on Twitter, because we put out some great content, and so does everyone here at ECAC Esports U. We have on the production, it's Colton, Rhino with the observation. So thank you to everyone here who showed up, the teams, the fans, and everyone in between. But that's going to be it from us. So thank you and good night.